the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the classical world. The sleep that had begun in the quiet, dust-scented twilight of the Antonine Age had deepened by the end of the 6th century into a kind of profound, almost death-like slumber. A slumber from which the world would not wake for many hundreds of years. The Lombards, the fierce, long-bearded warriors from the northern forests, were now the masters of much of Italy. Their pagan gods, their Woden and their Donar, their dark, brooding, blood-soaked deities of the wood and the storm, casting long, flickering shadows over the ruins of the Roman towns, the great, marble-paved cities of the Po Valley, the cities that had been the jewels of the late empire, Mediolanum and Verona and Aquileia, had fallen, their walls breached, their aqueducts shattered, their forums, where the senators had once walked in their white, purple-striped togas, now grazing lands for the shaggy, long-horned cattle of the invaders, the Roman population, the descendants of the ancient, noble families, the engineers and the poets and the administrators, had been reduced, in many places, to a subject, tributary class, their lands confiscated, their laws replaced by the rough, unwritten customs of the Lombard warbands, their very name Romany, a mark of subjugation and quiet, patient, enduring sorrow. And yet, even in the deepest darkness, a small, flickering, persistent flame of Romanitas continued to burn, not in the courts of kings, but in the churches, in the monasteries, in the quiet, candlelit scriptoria where the monks, their hands moving with a slow, patient, meticulous rhythm, copied the ancient texts, the works of Virgil and Cicero, the Gospels and the Psalms, preserving, in their fragile vellum pages, the fading memory of a vanished world. In the city of Rome, the eternal city, the city that had once been the center of the universe, the poplars and the ivy were slowly, quietly, reclaiming the ancient, monumental heart of the empire, the Palatine Hill, where the emperors had built their vast, sprawling, marble-clad palaces, was a wilderness of broken columns and tangled brambles. The only sound the soft, mournful cooing of the doves, and the distant, melancholy call of the shepherd boy driving his flock through the overgrown ruins of the Circus Maximus, the Colosseum, that vast, silent, empty ellipse of stone, its arcades blackened by the fires of the Gothic sack, and the slow, patient erosion of the centuries, was a haven for owls and foxes, and the quiet, creeping ivy, its arena, where the gladiators had fought and died for the pleasure of the mob, now a grassy, meadow-like expanse where the wildflowers bloomed in the gentle, golden light of the Roman spring. The aqueducts, those towering, arched, multi-tiered marvels of hydraulic engineering that had carried the fresh, cold water of the distant hills into the heart of the city for 1,000 years, were cut, their channels dry, their arches crumbling, and the people, the shrunken, impoverished, haunted remnant of the once million-strong population drew their water from the Tiber, the slow, brown, silt-laden river that flowed, indifferent and eternal, past the ruined wharves and the empty, roofless warehouses. The Pope, the Bishop of Rome, the successor of Peter, was now the sole, surviving, legitimate representative of the Roman order in the West, a figure of immense, growing, spiritual and temporal authority, a patriarch who negotiated with the Lombard dukes, who fed the poor with the grain from the papal estates in Sicily and Calabria, who sent his missionaries to the distant, mist-shrouded islands of Britain and the dark, primeval forests of Germania, a shepherd tending a scattered, frightened, diminishing flock in the deepening twilight of the world. The man who occupied the throne of Peter in the last decades of the 6th century was a Roman of the old, aristocratic stock, a man of deep, melancholic piety and immense, patient, far-seeing, administrative genius. His name was Gregory, and later ages would call him Gregory the Great, the last of the Latin Church Fathers, the bridge between the ancient, classical world and the new, medieval order that was slowly, imperceptibly taking shape. He had been a senator, a prefect of the city, a man who had walked through the marble corridors of the imperial palace on the Palatine when the memory of the empire was still a living, breathing, if fading reality. And then, in a moment of quiet, profound, spiritual crisis, he had abandoned the world, sold his vast estates, turned his family palace on the Caelian Hill into a monastery, and dedicated his life to the silent, contemplative, rhythmical prayer of the Benedictine rule. But the world, the desperate, broken, suffering world, had called him back. The people of Rome, ravaged by plague and famine, and the constant, grinding fear of the Lombard siege, had acclaimed him as their bishop, and the emperor in Constantinople, the distant, distracted, powerless Emperor Maurice, had confirmed the election. Gregory, a man of fragile health, his body racked by the constant, gnawing pain of gout and the slow, wasting effects of the ascetic life, took up the burden of the papacy with a heavy, sorrowful, deeply dutiful heart. He called himself the servant of the servants of God, and he meant it with a quiet, unshakable, utterly genuine humility that was, in that age of brutality and ambition, a thing of rare, luminous beauty. From his study in the Lateran Palace, a room of cold, damp stone walls, and a single, small, arched window that looked out over the ruins of the ancient city, Gregory wrote his letters, his sermons, his vast, sprawling, immensely influential commentaries on the scriptures, his pen moving across the parchment with a slow, steady, patient rhythm. The scratch of the nib, the only sound in the quiet, candlelit chamber. He wrote of the duties of the pastor, the care of the flock, the need for humility and mercy, and the slow, patient, unending work of the soul's purification. He wrote of the end of the world, the approaching, inevitable apocalypse, for he believed, with a deep, unshakable, melancholic certainty, that the kingdom of God was at hand, that the crumbling, desolate, plague-ridden world around him could not long endure. And yet, even as he wrote of the end, he worked tirelessly to build a new Christian papal order in the ruins of the old. He organized the administration of the vast, scattered papal estates, the Patrimonium Petri, the patrimony of Peter, that stretched across Italy and Sicily and the distant, sun-scorched plains of North Africa, ensuring that the grain was harvested and the rents were collected, and the poor of Rome were fed with the bread of charity. He negotiated with the Lombard dukes, those fierce, unpredictable Arian or pagan warlords, using the only weapons he possessed, the weapons of eloquence and moral authority, and the quiet, patient, relentless pressure of the church's spiritual prestige. And he sent a mission, a small, frightened, deeply reluctant band of monks, under the leadership of a man named Augustine, to the distant, misty, rain-soaked island of Britain, the island that had been lost to the empire for over a century, the island of the Angles and the Saxons and the Jutes, the fierce, pagan, sea-roving peoples who had carved out their own kingdoms in the ruins of the Roman province. The mission to Kent, to the court of King Ethelbert, whose Frankish wife, Bertha, was already a Christian, was a moment of quiet, profound, world-altering significance. The conversion of the Anglo-Saxons, the slow, patient, incremental spread of the Roman, Catholic, Latin faith through the misty, green, rolling hills of southern Britain was the beginning of a new, northern Germanic Christendom, a Christendom that would, in the fullness of time, look not to Constantinople, but to Rome as its spiritual mother, the long, slow, patient work of Gregory the Great, the work of administration and charity and missionary zeal, was laying the foundations of the medieval papacy, the institution that would, in the centuries to come, claim the allegiance of the kings and the emperors of the West, a ghostly, spiritual echo of the vanished Roman Imperium. But while the Pope in Rome was quietly, patiently, building the church of the future, the empire in the East, the Roman Empire of Constantinople, was convulsing in a series of catastrophes so immense, so devastating, so utterly world-shattering, that the very survival of the Roman state hung, for a long, terrible moment, by a single, fraying thread. The successors of Justinian, the pale, haunted, deeply inadequate men who wore the purple in the late 6th and early 7th centuries, were faced with a situation of almost unimaginable difficulty. The treasury, drained by the vast, ruinous expense of the Reconquists, was empty, a hollow, echoing void into which the tax revenues of the shrunken, depopulated provinces disappeared like water into sand. The army, the glorious, invincible army of Belisarius and Narses, was a shadow of its former self, its ranks depleted, its morale shattered, its pay constantly, humiliatingly, in arrears. The frontiers, the long, porous, endlessly vulnerable frontiers along the Danube and the Euphrates, were under constant, grinding, remorseless pressure from the Avars and the Slavs in the Balkans, and from the vast, resurgent Sassanid Persian Empire under its ambitious, brilliant, ruthless king, Khosrow II, the Emperor Maurus, a competent, hard-working, deeply unlucky soldier of Cappadocian birth, who had taken the throne in 582, spent his entire reign in a ceaseless, exhausting, grinding campaign of frontier defense, marching his legions through the frozen, windswept passes of the Balkans and the burning, sun-scorched plains of Mesopotamia, holding the line by the sheer, desperate force of his will. He was a stern, frugal, deeply unpopular man, a man who cut the soldiers' pay and demanded that they winter north of the Danube in the cold, damp, hostile wilderness of the Slavonic lands, rather than returning to the comforts of their barracks. And in the winter of 602, the army, hungry, exhausted, mutinous, rose in revolt. The soldiers raised a rough, brutish, illiterate centurion named Phocas on their shields, and they marched on Constantinople, the vast, golden, walled city on the Bosphorus, the heart of the Roman world. Maurus, the emperor, the loyal, dutiful, unlucky servant of the state, was captured as he fled across the Sea of Marmara, and he was forced to watch as his 5 sons, his beautiful, innocent, young boys, were beheaded one by one, their blood pooling on the cold, stone floor of the chapel, before the executioner's axe finally fell on his own neck. His wife and his daughters were strangled in a monastery, and the bodies of the imperial family were thrown into the sea, the waves washing over them with a cold, indifferent, eternal rhythm. Phocas, the brutish, terrified, utterly unqualified centurion, was crowned emperor in the Hagia Sophia, the great, golden, domed cathedral of Justinian, and a reign of terror, of arbitrary executions, and paranoid purges, and slow, creeping, institutional collapse descended on the empire. The reign of Phocas, which lasted for 8 long, ghastly years, was a nightmare from which the Roman state would never fully recover. The young, brilliant, ambitious Persian king, Khosrow II, who had in his youth been sheltered and protected by the Emperor Maurus, seized upon the murder of his benefactor as the perfect, righteous pretext for war. The Persian armies, the heavy, armored cataphracts, and the swift, deadly horse archers poured across the Euphrates frontier, and they swept through the Roman provinces of the east like a scythe through dry, ripe wheat. The cities of Syria, the ancient, wealthy, bustling cities of the Decapolis, fell one by one, their walls breached, their populations butchered or dragged off into slavery. Antioch, the great, golden city on the Orontes, the city that had been the capital of the Roman East for centuries, was stormed and sacked, its churches burned, its treasures looted, its patriarch murdered. Damascus fell, the oldest, most continuously inhabited city in the world, its gardens and its fountains, and its cool, shaded courtyards trampled under the hooves of the Persian cavalry. And then, in the spring of 614, the Persians came to Jerusalem, the holy city, the city of David and Solomon, the city where Christ had been crucified and had risen from the dead. The siege was brief and brutal. The walls breached by the Persian siege engines, the defenders, their numbers few and their courage desperate, overwhelmed by the sheer, overwhelming weight of the invading host. The slaughter that followed was a horror, a bloodbath of such scale and such ferocity that it would scar the Christian imagination for centuries. The churches were burned, the monasteries sacked, the relics, the sacred, priceless, irreplaceable relics of the Christian faith, the bones of the saints, and the fragments of the true cross were carried off into captivity. The Patriarch of Jerusalem, the gentle, elderly, saintly Zacharias, was dragged away in chains, and the true cross, the most sacred object in all of Christendom, the very wood upon which the Son of God had shed his blood, was loaded onto a camel and transported in a slow, triumphant, humiliating caravan to the Persian capital of Ctesiphon, a trophy of war, a symbol of the utter, abject defeat of the Roman Christian Empire, the news of the fall of Jerusalem, the loss of the true cross, sent a shudder of horror and despair through the entire Christian world. The people of Constantinople, the vast, teeming, tumultuous population of the imperial capital, were plunged into a state of deep, desperate, apocalyptic terror. The processions of the clergy, the chanting of the psalms, the endless, fervent, tearful liturgies filled the great, domed, golden cavern of the Hagia Sophia, the smoke of the incense rising, thick and fragrant, into the vast, shimmering, mosaic-studded dome. The voice of the Patriarch, a thin, high, trembling wail, crying out to the God of hosts for deliverance from the Persian scourge. The Emperor Phocas, the brutish, terrified, incompetent tyrant, was paralyzed, his regime collapsing around him, his only response a redoubling of the purges and the executions that were alienating every faction in the city. The provinces were lost, the armies were shattered, the treasury was a barren, empty vault, and the empire, the eternal, universal, God-ordained Roman Empire, seemed, for a long, dark, terrifying moment, to be on the very brink of extinction. And then, from the distant, dusty, sun-scorched plains of North Africa, a new figure emerged, a man who would, against all the odds, against all the logic of history, pull the empire back from the abyss. His name was Heraclius, the son of the Exarch, the governor of Carthage, a man of Armenian descent, a man of immense, robust, bear-like energy, and a kind of slow, patient, unshakable determination. He was not a brilliant orator, not a subtle theologian, not a man of the court. He was a soldier, a man of the camp and the saddle, a man with a thick, powerful neck, and a face that was already in his middle 30s, deeply lined and weathered by the sun and the wind of the African coast. In the summer of 610, he sent a fleet, a small, hastily assembled fleet of swift, long, low-slung war galleys, under the command of his own young son, also named Heraclius, and his trusted General Nistas, to Constantinople, to depose the tyrant and to seize the purple. The fleet sailed across the Mediterranean, its oars dipping with a slow, rhythmic, patient cadence into the dark, wine-dark waters. And when it arrived at the harbor of the capital, the city, exhausted, terrified, sick of the blood-soaked, incompetent tyranny of Phocas, opened its gates. Phocas, the brutish, frightened, pathetic creature, was dragged from his hiding place in a chapel of the imperial palace, and he was brought before the young Heraclius, who looked at him, the man who had murdered his predecessor and his 5 sons, with a cold, quiet, implacable disgust. "Is it thus," the young prince is said to have asked, "that you have governed the empire?" And Phocas, a flicker of his old, brutish defiance still burning in his eyes, replied, "You will govern it no better." Heraclius, without another word, struck off his head, and the body of the tyrant was dragged through the streets and burned in the forum of the city on the 7th of October, 610. The young Heraclius was crowned emperor in the Hagia Sophia, and he married on the same day his beautiful, young, intensely beloved bride, Fabia, who took the name Eudocia, a woman of deep, quiet, steadfast piety, who would be his anchor and his comfort in the terrible years to come. The empire, the shattered, bleeding, dying Roman Empire, had a new master, a man who would, in the course of his long, tragic, heroic reign, save the state from annihilation, only to watch, at the very end of his life, the work of his salvation crumble into dust. The first 10 years of the reign of Heraclius were a disaster, a slow, grinding, inexorable descent into an ever-deepening abyss of despair. The Persians, under their brilliant, ruthless, indefatigable General Shahrbaraz, continued their relentless advance. They swept through Syria and Palestine, and then, in a stunning, audacious, almost unbelievable campaign, they marched across the Sinai Desert and invaded Egypt, the ancient, rich, fertile granary of the empire, Alexandria, the great, marble-paved, Greek-speaking city of the Ptolemies and the Caesars, the city of the lighthouse and the library, fell after a brief, brutal siege, and the Persian armies marched up the Nile, through the green, palm-fringed, crocodile-haunted valley, conquering as far as the ancient, monolithic temples of Thebes, the grain shipments that had fed Constantinople for for centuries were cut off, and the people of the capital, already ravaged by the plague and the constant, grinding fear of the barbarian incursions, began to starve. In the north, the Avars, a fierce, nomadic confederation of Central Asian horsemen who had built a vast, predatory empire in the plains of Hungary, crossed the Danube and swept through the Balkans, burning and looting their way to the very walls of Constantinople. The city was besieged simultaneously by the Avars on the European shore and the Persians, who had marched across Anatolia on the Asian shore. The two barbarian armies, the dark, squat, slit-eyed horsemen of the steppe, and the armored, disciplined cataphracts of the Shah, separated only by the narrow, blue, shimmering ribbon of the Bosphorus. The Emperor Heraclius, his treasury empty, his army reduced to a few shattered, demoralized remnants, his capital cut off from its provinces, stood on the walls of the city, looking out at the vast, encircling twin hosts of the enemy, and he made a decision that was, in its stark, desperate, breathtaking audacity, the act of a madman or a saint. He would abandon the city, strip the churches of their gold and silver, melt down the ancient, sacred vessels and the jeweled icons, and he would raise a new army, a small, mobile, fanatically devoted army, and he would march not to defend his capital, but to strike with a single, desperate, lightning thrust at the very heart of the Persian Empire, the Great Persian War of Heraclius, which would rage from 622 to 628, was a campaign of such epic, almost Homeric, drama and terror and improbable triumph that it would echo through the centuries as a legend. A last, glorious, blazing burst of Roman military genius before the long, slow, final twilight. The emperor, a tall, powerfully built, deeply charismatic man with a thick, graying beard and eyes that burned with a cold, intense, visionary fire, trained his new army himself, drilling them in the mountains of Anatolia, sharing their hardships, their meager rations, their long, exhausting marches through the snow and the mud. He was not merely a commander. He was a prophet, a holy warrior, a man who believed, with a deep, unshakable, desperate faith, that God was with him, that the war against the fire-worshipping Persians was a crusade, a holy war, a battle for the very survival of Christendom. And his soldiers, the rough, tough Anatolian peasants, and the Armenian mountaineers, and the remnants of the shattered eastern legions, believed him. They saw in their emperor a man who would never ask them to endure a hardship he did not endure himself, a man who slept on the frozen ground wrapped in a soldier's cloak, who ate the same hard, black, maggot-infested bread, who led the charge, his broadsword flashing in the pale, winter sunlight, into the very heart of the Persian host. For 6 years, Heraclius campaigned in the mountains and the plains of the Caucasus and Mesopotamia, a ceaseless, exhausting, dazzlingly brilliant series of marches and countermarches, of sudden, devastating ambushes and desperate, pitched battles, the Roman army, a small, swift, lethal dagger, stabbing again and again at the soft, undefended flanks of the vast, ponderous Persian giant. He made alliances with the Khazars, a Turkic people of the steppes who were the enemies of the Persians, their wild, shaggy horsemen sweeping down from the passes of the Caucasus to join the Roman standard. He outmaneuvered the Persian generals, Shahbaraz and Shahin, and the king himself. The aging, increasingly desperate Khosrow, cutting their supply lines, burning their camps, slipping away into the mountains, just as the trap was about to close. The decisive battle, the battle that would decide the fate of the ancient world, was fought on the 12th of December, in the year 627, on the plains of Nineveh, the ancient, ruined city of the Assyrians, the place where the prophet Jonah had preached repentance to a doomed people. The Persian army, the last great assembled host of the Shah, was shattered. Its general, the valiant Rhazates, killed in single combat by the emperor himself, his body trampled into the blood-soaked mud of the battlefield. The road to Ctesiphon, the great, sprawling, golden capital of the Sassanid kings, lay open, undefended. And Heraclius, the holy warrior, the avenger of Jerusalem, did not march on the city. He knew that his army was exhausted, that his supplies were running low, that the Persian Empire, like a mortally wounded beast, was still capable of a final, desperate, annihilating lashing out. Instead, he sent a message to the Persian nobles, a message of peace and mercy, a demand that Khosrow, the arrogant, blaspheming, fire-worshipping king, be deposed, and that the true cross be returned to its rightful home. The Persian nobles, their armies shattered, their treasury empty, their patience with the endless, ruinous war of their king utterly exhausted, rose in revolt. Khosrow II, the King of Kings, the man who had conquered Jerusalem and Egypt and Anatolia, the man who had brought the Roman Empire to its knees, was seized, imprisoned in a dark, cold, subterranean dungeon, and forced to watch as his own son Kaved was crowned in his place. He was starved, tortured, and finally, on the orders of his own son, shot to death with arrows. A slow, agonizing, humiliating end for the ruler of half the world. The new king, Kaved II, made peace with Heraclius immediately, surrendering all the conquered territories, restoring the true cross, and withdrawing the Persian armies back across the Euphrates frontier. The Great War was over. The Roman Empire, against all the odds, against all the dark, inexorable logic of history, had survived. The return of the true cross to Jerusalem in the spring of 630 was the crowning, transcendent, utterly triumphant moment of the reign of Heraclius. The emperor, his hair now completely white, his face deeply, irrevocably etched with the lines of the years of campaigning. The grief, the exhaustion, the terrible, grinding weight of responsibility, walked barefoot through the streets of the holy city, carrying the sacred relic on his own shoulders. The heavy, splintered, cedar-scented wood pressing into his flesh, his eyes wet with tears, his lips moving in a silent, fervent, unceasing prayer of thanksgiving. The people, the shrunken, impoverished, haunted remnant of the Christian population of Palestine, lined the streets, their faces alight with a kind of dazed, incredulous, ecstatic joy. The cross was raised, once again, in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the great, domed rotunda that had been built by Constantine the Great over the very site of the crucifixion and the resurrection. And the chant of the monks, the deep, resonant, sonorous chant of the Greek liturgy, rose up into the vast, golden, shimmering space of the dome. A sound of such profound, triumphant, unutterable relief that it seemed, for a moment, as if the whole long, terrible nightmare of the last 3 decades had been a dark, passing dream from which the world was now, finally, waking. But the dream was not over. It was only changing, shifting, taking on a new, even more terrifying form. Far to the south, in the vast, hot, arid, inhospitable deserts of the Arabian Peninsula, a new force was rising, a force that would sweep away the old world of Rome and Persia with a speed and a ferocity that would leave the chroniclers gasping in stunned, bewildered disbelief. In the year 622, the very year that Heraclius had begun his great, desperate counteroffensive against the Persians, a man in the distant, dusty, caravan-trading city of Mecca, a man of middle age, a former merchant who had for years been retreating to a cave in the barren, rocky hills outside the city to meditate and to pray, had received a revelation. The revelation came in the form of a voice of immense, overwhelming, terrifying power, a voice that commanded him to recite, "In the name of his Lord, the one, true, eternal, all-merciful God, the God of Abraham and Moses and Jesus, the God who had no partners, no sons, no daughters, no intermediaries. The man's name was Mohammed, and the words that were revealed to him over the course of the next 22 years would be gathered into a book, the Quran, the recitation, the literal, uncreated, eternal word of God, a book that would, in the centuries to come, transform the world. Mohammed, who was, by all accounts, a man of quiet, gentle, deeply reflective character, a man of profound personal charm and unshakable, quiet conviction, began to preach the message of the one God, the God he called Allah, to the polytheistic, tribal, fiercely independent people of his native Mecca. He was met, at first, with ridicule, with scorn, with the slow, simmering, increasingly violent hostility of the powerful, mercantile, pagan elite. who controlled the sacred shrine of the Kaaba, the ancient, cube-shaped, black-draped building that was the center of the city's wealth and prestige. He and his small, devoted, desperately poor band of followers were persecuted, boycotted, driven to the very edge of starvation. And then, in the year 622, the same year that Heraclius was training his army in the mountains of Anatolia, Mohammed and his community made the Hijra, the migration, from Mecca to the distant oasis city of Yathrib, which would later be called Medina, the city of the Prophet. The Hijra was not merely a geographical relocation. It was the founding moment of a new community, a new Ummah, a people bound not by blood or tribe, but by their common, total, absolute submission to the will of the one God. The word for this submission was Islam, and the people who submitted were called Muslims, those who have surrendered to God. In Medina, the Prophet Muhammad, who was now not only a spiritual leader, but a political and military chieftain, a lawgiver and a judge, a man of immense, patient, far-seeing pragmatism, built the foundations of a new, monotheistic, theocratic state. He fought a series of wars against the pagan Meccans, a slow, grinding, brutal series of skirmishes and raids and pitched battles, the names of which would be etched into the memory of the faithful for all time. Badr, the first miraculous, improbable victory of the small, outnumbered Muslim army. Uhud, the Battle of the Mountain, a near disaster that tested the faith and the discipline of the young community. The Battle of the Trench, the Siege of Medina, where the Muslims dug a great, defensive ditch around the city, a tactic borrowed from the Persians, and held off the overwhelming, confederated forces of their enemies. By the time of the Prophet's death, in the summer of 632, almost the entire Arabian Peninsula, the vast, trackless desert interior, and the scattered, oasis-dotted cities of the coast had been united for the first time in history under the banner of Islam, the green, white-lettered banner of the one God and his final, chosen messenger. The tribes, the fierce, proud, independent, endlessly warring tribes of the Bedouin, the camel-herding nomads who had been the scorned, wild, uncontrollable fringe of the civilized world for millennia, had been forged into a single, disciplined, utterly devoted instrument of divine will. And now, their prophet gone, their faith crystallized into a rigid, uncompromising, all-consuming certainty, they turned their gaze outward to the rich, fertile, decadent, war-exhausted empires of the north, the empires of Rome and Persia, the great, crumbling, idolatrous Satans of the Old World, the Arab conquests, the great, explosive, centrifugal burst of nomadic energy from the heart of the peninsula, were a phenomenon so swift, so vast, so utterly, catastrophically world-altering, that the historians and the chroniclers of the time, the monks in their quiet, candlelit cells, the bureaucrats in their dusty, papyrus-stuffed offices could only record them with a kind of stunned, numb, bewildered terror. The armies of the caliphs, the successors of the prophet, the men who took up the mantle of leadership of the Ummah after the passing of Mohammed, were not, in the conventional sense, a military juggernaut. They were small, mobile, lightly equipped forces, their warriors riding on the swift, hardy, long-legged camels of the desert, their only armor a simple, chainmail shirt, their weapons the curved, slashing scimitar and the short, powerful composite bow. They had no siege engines, no heavy cavalry, no long, ponderous supply trains. They moved like the wind, like the sudden, searing, sand-laden gales that swept out of the emptiness of the desert, appearing out of the shimmering heat haze and vanishing back into it just as swiftly. Their attacks a blur of screaming, whirling, dust-swirling violence that shattered the morale of their opponents before a single blade was drawn. But the true secret of their success, the deep, unshakable, terrifying power that drove them forward against all odds, against the vast, armored, disciplined hosts of the two ancient, established empires, was their faith. They believed with a certainty that was absolute, a certainty that made them utterly indifferent to death, that they were the instruments of God's will, that their cause was righteous and just, that the lands of the infidels, the lands of the mushrikun and the fire worshippers and the corrupt Trinitarian Christians were theirs by divine decree, and that those who died in the jihad, the struggle in the path of God, would be transported immediately, without the long, painful, purifying weight of the grave, to the gardens of paradise, the cool, green, eternally flowing gardens of the righteous, where the houris, the dark-eyed, ever-virgin maidens, and the rivers of milk and honey, and the shade of the spreading, fruit-laden trees awaited the blessed martyrs. The first blow fell, not on the Romans, but on the Persians, the exhausted, bleeding, internally fractured empire of the Sassanids. The great war with Heraclius, the 26-year-long, grinding, apocalyptic struggle, had left the Persian state a hollow, brittle shell, its treasury empty, its army demoralized and rebellious, its provinces devastated by the marching and counter-marching of the rival hosts, the Arab general Khalid ibn al-Walid, a man of ferocious, almost inhuman military genius, a former adversary of the Prophet who had converted to Islam and who was known as the Sword of God, led a small, mobile, utterly relentless army into the rich, irrigated plains of Mesopotamia in a series of lightning, annihilating campaigns. He shattered the Persian armies, stormed their cities, and drove the Sassanid king, Yazdijerd III, the last of the line of the great Khosrows, into a desperate, hopeless flight across the vast, barren plateau of Iran. The Battle of Qadisiyah, fought in the autumn of 600, and 36 on the dusty, wind-swept plains south of the Euphrates, was the decisive catastrophic, empire-ending defeat, the Persian war elephants, those vast, gray, lumbering, terrifying beasts that had been the shock troops of the Sassanid armies for centuries, were blinded and maddened by the Arab arrows, and they turned and trampled their own infantry in a chaos of screaming, trumpeting, blood-spattered panic. The Persian general, the valiant, doomed Rustam, was killed, his body left to rot on the battlefield, and the famous, jewel-encrusted, golden-horned banner of the Sassanids, the Derafsh Kavyani, was captured and sent to Medina as a trophy. The Persian Empire, the ancient, proud, 400-year-old empire of the Sassanid kings, the empire that had been the eternal, implacable rival of Rome, collapsed like a vast, ornate, termite-eaten palace into dust and silence. The last Shah, Yazdijerd, wandered the eastern provinces for a few more years, a lonely, hunted, pitiful ghost of a vanished glory, until, in the winter of 651, he was murdered by a local miller in the remote, windswept city of Merv, his body thrown into the river, his dynasty extinguished, his faith, the ancient, dualistic, fire-worshipping faith of Zoroaster, reduced, slowly, inexorably, to a small, persecuted, dwindling minority in the land of its birth, the Roman Empire, the empire of Heraclius, the empire that had, only a few years before, celebrated the glorious, triumphant, miraculous restoration of the true cross, fared little better. The Arab armies, having consolidated their hold on the Syrian desert, turned their attention to the rich, fertile, densely populated provinces of the Roman East, the lands of Palestine and Syria and Egypt, the lands that had been the heartland of the Hellenistic world and the birthplace of the Christian faith. The Emperor Heraclius, now an old, tired, profoundly weary man, his body worn out by the years of campaigning, his spirit crushed by the slow, dawning, horrible realization that the great, triumphant, God-given victory over the Persians had been merely the prelude to an even greater, even more incomprehensible catastrophe, was in Antioch, the great, golden city on the Orontes, when the news of the Arab invasion reached him. He tried to organize a defense, to rally the scattered, demoralized garrisons, to cobble together an army from the depleted, exhausted provinces. But the people of Syria and Egypt, the Monophysite Christians who had been persecuted and oppressed by the Orthodox Chalcedonian Church of Constantinople for over a century, the peasants who had been crushed by the crushing, relentless weight of the imperial taxes, the Jews who had been forcibly baptized and driven from their synagogues, had little love for the Roman state. They did not, for the most part, actively welcome the Arab invaders, but they did not fight for their Roman masters with the desperate, fanatical, last-ditch courage that the situation required. They were tired, exhausted, indifferent. Their loyalty to the distant, Greek-speaking, heretical emperor thin, fragile, easily shattered veneer. The decisive battle between the Roman army and the forces of the Caliphate was fought on the 20th of August in the year 636 on the banks of the Yarmouk River, a narrow, winding, deeply incised gorge that cut through the basalt plateau of the Golan Heights, a place of stark, barren, sun-scorched beauty, the air thick with the dust and the heat and the shimmering, dancing mirages of the Syrian summer. The Roman army, a vast, polyglot, unwieldy host of Greeks, Armenians, Arabs of the Ghassanid client kingdom, and Slavic mercenaries, commanded by the emperor's own brother, the General Theodore, was larger, better equipped, and on paper, infinitely more formidable than the smaller, lighter Arab force under the command of Khalid ibn al-Walid. But the Romans were exhausted, their morale brittle, their command structure riven by petty jealousies and ethnic tensions. The Arabs, by contrast, were a single, unified, fanatically devoted fighting force, their souls on fire with the certainty of divine election. The battle raged for 6 days, a long, slow, grinding, pitiless struggle under the pitiless, blazing sun. The lines surging back and forth across the dusty, rocky, corpse-strewn plain. And on the 6th day, Khalid, the sword of God, unleashed his masterstroke. He had, in the night, led a detachment of his swift, camel-mounted cavalry around the Roman flank, through a narrow, hidden pass that the Roman scouts had left unguarded. And in the morning, when the main Arab army launched its final, desperate, screaming assault, the hidden cavalry erupted from the rear, the dust of their charge rising in a vast, swirling, ochre-colored cloud that blotted out the sun. The Roman army, taken utterly by surprise, its formations shattered, its soldiers fleeing in a blind, screaming, uncontrollable panic, was annihilated. The flower of the Eastern Roman army, the last great imperial field force, was cut down in the gorge of the Yarmouk, their bodies piling up in the dry, rocky wadi, their blood staining the stones, a deep, dark, rust brown that would still be visible. It was said, for generations, the Emperor Heraclius, who had been waiting in Antioch, his face pale and drawn, his eyes hollow with grief and exhaustion, received the news of the catastrophe in a state of stunned, shattered, almost catatonic despair. "Farewell, Syria," he is said to have whispered, his voice a thin, reedy, barely audible thread of sound, his hand tracing a slow, sorrowful, valedictory sign of the cross. "Farewell, Syria, my beautiful province. You are now for the enemy." He turned, and he walked slowly, painfully, leaning on the arm of a servant, to the harbor, where a ship was waiting to carry him back to Constantinople, the city he had saved, the city that would now be, for the next 800 years, the sole, lonely, beleaguered bastion of the Roman name. The conquest of Syria was followed with the same swift, devastating, seemingly effortless momentum by the conquest of Egypt, the rich, ancient, endlessly fertile granary of the Mediterranean, and then of the rest of Roman North Africa, the provinces that Justinian had reconquered at such immense, ruinous cost, the Patriarch of Alexandria, the gentle, learned, deeply tragic figure of Cyrus, a man who had spent his life trying to bridge the theological chasm between the Monophysites and the Chalcedonians, was forced to negotiate the surrender of his city to the Arab general Amr ibn al-As, a man of cunning, intelligence, and a certain rough, pragmatic magnanimity. The great library of Alexandria, the legendary, sprawling, papyrus-stuffed repository of the entire accumulated wisdom of the classical world, was, according to the famous, haunting, probably apocryphal story, burned. Its countless, irreplaceable scrolls used to heat the baths of the conquerors. A single, terrible, symbolic act of cultural annihilation that would haunt the imagination of the West for centuries. The reality, as far as the sparse, fragmentary sources can be trusted, was less dramatic, but no less devastating. The library, which had been declining for centuries, its collections scattered and neglected, its funding cut off by the indifferent, cash-strapped imperial government, simply faded away. Its last, fragile, crumbling remnants vanishing into the dry, dusty, indifferent air of the Egyptian desert. A quiet, patient, almost imperceptible death of the mind. By the middle of the 7th century, the Roman Empire, the great, universal, Mediterranean-spanning superstate of Augustus and Constantine, had been reduced to a rump, a core, a desperate, beleaguered, deeply traumatized remnant. The city of Constantinople, the coastal regions of Anatolia, a few scattered, isolated footholds in the Balkans and the islands of the Aegean, and the distant, increasingly autonomous, Greek-speaking enclaves of southern Italy and Sicily. The sea, the great, blue shimmering, connecting artery of the ancient world. The Mare Nostrum, the lake that had been the center of the Roman world for a millennium, had become a frontier, a hostile, contested, pirate-infested no-man's land between the shrinking, Christian, Greek-speaking empire of the East and the vast, expanding, Arabic-speaking, Muslim empire of the Caliphate. The world had been, in a single cataclysmic generation, utterly, irreversibly, irrevocably transformed. The long, slow, agonizing twilight of the Roman Empire in the East, the empire that the historians, with a kind of retrospective, simplifying clarity, would call the Byzantine Empire, had begun. The state that Heraclius left to his successors. The sons and the grandsons, who squabbled and plotted and murdered each other in the cold, marble-paved corridors of the imperial palace, was a state under siege, a state that was fighting, with its back pressed against the walls of its own capital, for its very survival. The Arabs, having conquered the land, turned their attention to the sea building a fleet, a swift, lethal, terrifyingly effective navy of the same kind of light, swift, lateen-rigged galleys that had carried them out of the desert. And they began to raid the coasts of Anatolia and the islands of the Aegean, burning and looting the ancient, marble-paved cities of the Ionian coast, carrying off the populations into slavery. And twice, in the 7th century, the armies of the Caliphate came, with a vast, overwhelming, seemingly unstoppable force, to Constantinople itself, to the great, golden, walled city on the Bosphorus, the beating, terrified heart of the Christian Roman world. The first siege, from 674 to 678, and the second, from 717 to 718, were the moments of maximum peril, the moments when the long, slow, grinding struggle between the cross and the crescent seemed to be reaching its final, apocalyptic conclusion. But the walls of Constantinople, the vast, towering, triple-layered land walls of Theodosius, the walls that had been built in the quiet, prosperous, secure 5th century, held the people of the city, the vast, teeming, tumultuous, utterly terrified population, took refuge in the great, domed cathedral of the Hagia Sophia, the immense, shimmering, golden, mosaic-studded dome that was the most magnificent church in all of Christendom. And they prayed with a desperate, fervent, ceaseless, wailing intensity to the Virgin Mary, the Theotokos, the Mother of God, the protectress of the city, to deliver them from the Saracen scourge. And the deliverance came in the form of a weapon, a secret, terrifying, almost supernatural weapon that the Byzantine engineers, the heirs of the ancient Roman, Hellenistic tradition of mechanical ingenuity, had devised. It was called Greek fire, a liquid, incendiary substance, a compound of naphtha and quicklime, and other secret, jealously guarded ingredients that was shot from siphons mounted on the bows of the imperial war galleys. A jet of liquid, sticky, inextinguishable flame that could burn on water, that could set the very surface of the sea ablaze, turning the wooden hulls of the Arab fleet into floating, screaming, roaring infernos. The Arab ships, trapped in the narrow, confined waters of the Bosphorus, were consumed, their crews jumping into the burning sea, their bodies blackened and charred, the night sky lit by the vast, flickering, orange-red glow of the conflagration. The siege was broken. The great, vast, sprawling camp of the Arab army, ravaged by disease and the bitter, freezing cold of the Thracian winter, withdrew, and the city, the eternal city of the East, the new Rome of Constantine, had survived. The survival of Constantinople, the great, heroic, improbable, miraculous survival of the 7th and 8th centuries, was the event that preserved the Roman imperial tradition in the East, that allowed the slow, patient, deeply painful transformation of the ancient, Latin, universal empire to the medieval, Greek-speaking, Orthodox Christian Empire of Byzantium. But the transformation was not a smooth, gentle, seamless evolution. It was a convulsion, a series of internal crises and theological earthquakes that shook the state to its very foundations, that tore the fabric of society apart, and that deepened immeasurably the growing, slow, inexorable estrangement between the Greek East and the Latin West, the great, bitter, protracted struggle over the icons, the holy images of Christ and the Virgin, and the saints that filled the churches and the homes and the hearts of the faithful, was the central, defining trauma of the Byzantine Dark Age, the emperors of the Isaurian dynasty, the tough, capable, deeply puritanical soldiers from the mountains of eastern Anatolia, who seized the throne in 717, the very moment of the Great Arab Siege, were iconoclasts, breakers of images. They believed, with a deep, sincere Old Testament, aniconic fervor, that the veneration of the icons was idolatry, a violation of the second commandment, a pollution of the pure, spiritual worship of the one, transcendent, invisible God. They believed that the catastrophes of the previous century, the Persian conquest and the Arab onslaught, were the divine punishment for the sin of idolatry, and that the empire could only be saved by a radical, violent, top-down purification of the church. The icons were smashed. The mosaics and the frescoes that covered the walls of the churches were whitewashed over. The monks who defended the holy images were persecuted, tortured, exiled, their monasteries closed, their lands confiscated. The patriarchs of Constantinople, the bishops who refused to bend the knee to the imperial will, were deposed and replaced by compliant, time-serving courtiers. The iconoclast controversy, which raged with intermittent, exhausted pauses for over a century, from the reign of Leo III in the early 8th century to the final, definitive restoration of the icons by the Empress Theodora in 843, was not merely a theological dispute. It was a culture war, a deep, bitter, irreconcilable clash between two different visions of the Christian faith, two different understandings of the relationship between the material and the spiritual, the human and the divine. And it was, at its deepest level, a struggle for the soul of the empire, a struggle between the imperial, autocratic, state-dominated vision of the church and the monastic, popular, deeply rooted devotion of the people. The consequences of the iconoclast controversy, the long, slow, accumulating ripples of the earthquake, were immense and permanent. The papacy, the bishops of Rome, who had always been staunch defenders of the icons, who saw in the imperial iconoclasm a dangerous, heretical, Caesarapapist usurpation of the church's spiritual authority, were driven, finally and irrevocably, into the arms of the Franks, the Pope, the successor of Peter, who still, in theory, acknowledged the sovereignty of the emperor in Constantinople, who still dated his documents by the regnal years of the distant, heretical, icon-breaking Augustus, could no longer rely on the protection of the Eastern Empire, could no longer look to the East for salvation from the Lombard dukes who were pressing ever more closely, ever more dangerously on the gates of Rome. And so, in the middle of the 8th century, the Pope, a man of immense, quiet, patient, far-seeing political intelligence named Stephen II, did a thing that was, in its quiet, understated, utterly revolutionary significance, one of the great, defining turning points of European history. He crossed the Alps, a long, slow, arduous, painful journey through the high, snow-choked passes and the dark, primeval, bear-haunted forests, and he anointed a new king, a new protector, a new David for the new Israel of the Church. The man he anointed was Pepin, the king of the Franks, the son of the great, legendary Charles Martel, the Hammer, who had saved Christendom from the Arab invasion at the Battle of Tours, and the Pope, in the name of Saint Peter, conferred upon Pepin and his 2 sons, the young, handsome, fiercely ambitious Charles, and the gentle, pious Carloman, the title of Patricius Romano. The long, dark, dreaming centuries of the Middle Ages had settled over the West like a soft, deep, all-enveloping snow, silencing the old, proud, marble-paved cities, burying the straight, stone-paved roads beneath the slow, patient, inexorable accumulation of the forest, and the ghostly, fading memory of the Roman Empire, the universal, eternal, God-ordained imperium of Augustus and Constantine, had retreated like a wounded animal seeking a quiet place to die into the Eastern, Greek-speaking, Orthodox Christian world of the Bosphorus. The new Rome of Constantine, the great, golden, walled city of Constantinople, still stood, the vast, towering, triple-layered land walls of Theodosius still holding their silent, implacable vigil against the tides of barbarism and Islam. The immense, shimmering, golden dome of the Hagia Sophia still rising like a second sky over the crowded, teeming, tumultuous streets of the imperial capital, the emperor, the Basilius, the sacred Porphyrogenitos, purple-born autocrat of the Romans, still sat on the throne of Justinian and Heraclius, his court still glittering with the ancient, intricate, immemorial protocol, his armies still marching under the eagle standards, his coins still bearing the image of Christ Pantocrator, the ruler of all, on one side, and the emperor, his earthly viceroy, on the other. The Roman Empire, in its eastern, Byzantine, medieval form, had survived the cataclysmic, world-shattering Arab conquests of the 7th century, had weathered the long, bitter, internally divisive storm of iconoclasm, and had, under the long, stable, prosperous rule of the Macedonian dynasty, which had ascended the throne in the blood-soaked, treacherous, violent manner that was the immemorial custom of the Byzantine court, entered a period of slow, steady, cautious recovery. A quiet, patient, sunlit afternoon of military reconquest and cultural renaissance that the historians would later call, with a kind of quiet, elegiac admiration, the golden age of Byzantium, the emperors of the Macedonian house, the rough, tough, illiterate, deeply capable soldier emperors, the Basil I, the Leo VI, the Constantine VII, the Romanos II, the Nikephoros Phocas, the John Tzimisk's, the Basil II, the Bulgar Slayer, were men of iron will and cold, calculating, deeply pragmatic intelligence, men who had spent their lives in the saddle, on the march, in the camp, their faces weathered by the sun and the wind, and the long, exhausting, grinding campaigns against the Bulgars and the Arabs and the Russians and the Normans. They reformed the army, the themata, the military provinces that had been the backbone of the Byzantine defense for centuries, creating a new, professional, heavily armored cavalry force, the cataphract, the cataphracts, the ironclad horsemen whose charge, with their long, heavy lances and their bright, glittering lamellar armor, was the terror of the eastern frontier. They codified the laws, the vast, tangled, contradictory mass of Roman jurisprudence, into a new, coherent, accessible Greek language code. The Basilica, the imperial laws, a final, definitive, monumental statement of the legal legacy of ancient Rome. They re-established the imperial presence in the Balkans, driving the Bulgars, the fierce, pagan, Slavic, nomadic warriors who had carved out a vast, predatory kingdom in the lands south of the Danube, back into the mountains, and they annexed the whole, sprawling, fractious, deeply contested peninsula back into the empire, the first time the entire region had been under Roman rule since the disaster of Adrianople 6 centuries before. Basil II, the greatest and most terrifying of the Macedonian emperors, a man of cold, grim, unsmiling, utterly relentless determination, who had sworn a vow of chastity in his youth, and who had never married, who had no wife, no mistress, no children, no human attachments of any kind, who lived only for the army and the empire, waged a 30-year war against the Bulgars, a war of such brutal, grinding, pitiless attrition that the name of Basil would be whispered with a shudder of terror in the valleys of the Balkans for generations. At the Battle of Cladion in the summer of 1014, Basil's army trapped the main Bulgar force in a narrow, wooded mountain pass, and the emperor, his eyes cold and hard and utterly devoid of mercy, ordered that the 15,000 Bulgar captives be blinded, their eyes put out with red-hot iron rods, one man in every 100 being left with one eye to lead the rest back to their king, Samuel, who, upon seeing the ghastly, stumbling, bleeding, moaning column of his once proud warriors winding its way through the mountain passes, fell down in a fit of apoplexy and died 2 days later of sheer, uncomprehending horror. Basil the Bulgar Slayer, the terror of the Balkans, the last great conquering warrior emperor of the Roman tradition, left the empire upon his death in 1025, at the absolute peak of its medieval power, its frontiers secure, its treasury overflowing, its armies the most formidable in the known world, its cultural and religious influence stretching from the fjords of the Norse to the deserts of the Sudan. But the peak, the golden, sunlit, triumphant peak, was also, as it always is, the beginning of the long, slow, imperceptible descent into the shadowed valley, the successors of Basil, the pale, weak, quarreling, deeply mediocre men and women who wore the purple in the decades after the death of the Bulgar Slayer, were the instruments of the slow, grinding, terminal decline that would, in the end, deliver the empire, helpless and broken, into the hands of its enemies, the emperors and empresses of the 11th century, the Zoes and the Theodoras, the last, fading, exhausted remnants of the Macedonian line, the pale, pampered, eunuch-dominated courtiers, and the squabbling, plotting, backstabbing civil aristocrats, allowed the army, the great, formidable, battle-hardened army of the Themes, to decay and atrophy, its pay diverted, its equipment neglected, its frontiers left to the tender mercies of the barbarian mercenaries, and the local, unreliable, poorly trained militias, the great landowning magnates of Anatolia, the Dynatoi, the powerful, the noble families of the eastern provinces, the Phocades and the Sclerae and the Comnenoi, who had been the backbone of the imperial military aristocracy for generations, were systematically, deliberately weakened and humiliated by the civilian bureaucrats of the capital, their estates confiscated, their commands stripped, their loyalty transformed into a simmering, bitter, deeply corrosive resentment, and the treasury, the overflowing golden treasury of Basil II, was squandered on lavish, pointless, self-indulgent spectacles, on the building of vast, ornate, marble-paved palaces, and the gilding of the already gilded domes of the churches, on the maintenance of an ever-growing, ever more parasitic court bureaucracy, a swarm of silk-clad, eunuch-voiced, incense-wreathed officials whose sole function was to flatter the emperor and to enrich themselves from the slow, grinding, unceasing flow of the tax revenues. And in the east, beyond the mountains of Armenia and the rolling, dusty, sun-scorched plateaus of Anatolia, a new and terrifying enemy was gathering its strength, a new storm that was brewing in the vast, trackless, windswept steppes of Central Asia, a storm that would, in the course of a single, catastrophic generation, sweep away the old, comfortable, familiar world of the Macedonian peace, and plunge the empire into a new, desperate, existential struggle for its very survival. The Seljuk Turks, a confederation of fierce, nomadic Oghuz tribes from the distant, unknown lands beyond the Caspian Sea, had converted, in the course of their slow, westward migration, to the Sunni Islam of the Abbasid Caliphate, and they had, with the sudden, explosive, terrifying energy of the recent convert, become the champions of the Orthodox, the Ghazis, the warriors of the faith, the sword of the Prophet, the new, dynamic, martial spearhead of the Islamic world. Under their brilliant, charismatic, deeply ruthless Sultan, Alp Arslan, the valiant lion, the Seljuks had conquered Persia and Mesopotamia, reducing the old, exhausted, decadent Abbasid Caliphate to a mere figurehead. And they had turned their gaze, their cold, hard, predatory gaze, to the rich, fertile, soft, undefended lands of Roman Anatolia, the heartland of the Byzantine Empire, the land of the ancient, populous, marble-paved cities of the Ionian coast, and the deep, green, wooded valleys of the interior, the land that had, for centuries, been the source of the empire's wealth and its soldiers. The emperor who faced the Seljuk onslaught was a man named Romanos Diogenes, a tall, handsome, deeply courageous, and profoundly unlucky soldier of the Anatolian military aristocracy, who had been raised to the purple in the chaos and confusion of the post-Macedonian power vacuum. He was a good man, a brave man, a man who understood, with a cold, clear, soldierly clarity, the desperate, imminent, existential danger that threatened the empire. He assembled the largest army the empire had fielded in a century, a vast, polyglot, unwieldy host of Greek and Armenian and Bulgarian and Norman and Frankish mercenaries. And in the spring of 1071, he marched east into the Armenian highlands to confront the Seljuk Sultan and to drive the Turkish invaders back across the Euphrates. The campaign was a disaster from the start, a slow, grinding, agonizing lesson in the limits of courage and good intentions in the face of treachery, incompetence, and the sheer, impersonal, crushing weight of logistical collapse. The army so vast, so polyglot, so fractious, was riddled with spies and traitors, the agents of the emperor's political enemies in the capital, the Daukai, the rival, civilian aristocratic family who had opposed Romanos' elevation and who were determined, with a cold, venomous, implacable hatred, to see him destroyed. The Norman mercenaries, the fierce, blonde, axe-wielding warriors of the Frankish West, deserted in a body, their loyalty purchased. It was whispered by the gold of the Daukas faction, the supply lines, the long, slow, creaking wagon trains that wound their way through the narrow, rocky mountain passes, were constantly, relentlessly harassed by the swift, elusive, ghost-like Seljuk raiders. By the time the Roman army reached the small, dusty, windswept fortress of Manzikert, on the remote, barren, lake-dotted plateau of eastern Anatolia. It was a shadow, a hollow, exhausted, demoralized shell of the proud, confident host that had marched out of Constantinople. The Battle of Manzikert, fought on the 26th of August in the year 1071, was the catastrophe, the pivot, the single, terrible, irreversible moment upon which the entire, long, slow, subsequent history of the Byzantine Empire turned. The Roman army, drawn up in a long, thin, crescent-shaped line on the dusty, open plain, faced the vast, swirling, dust-cloud-shrouded horde of the Seljuk horse archers, the same kind of swift, elusive, nomadic cavalry that had shattered the armies of Rome and Cary and Adrianople and the Yarmouk. The Emperor Romanos, his face pale, and drawn beneath his heavy, jewel-encrusted helmet, led the center of the army in a slow, steady, grinding advance into the heart of the Turkish formation, pushing the enemy back, capturing their camp, driving them, it seemed, into a panicked, disorderly retreat. But it was a feint, a ruse, a classic, ancient, steppe cavalry tactic that the Seljuks had inherited from their Central Asian ancestors. As the sun began to sink, a vast, red, molten orb dipping slowly toward the jagged, purple horizon of the Armenian mountains, the emperor gave the order to withdraw, to regroup, to rest the exhausted, parched, baking soldiers for the renewed struggle that would come with the dawn. And it was in that moment, that crucial, fragile, utterly catastrophic moment, that the treachery of the Doukas faction struck. The rear guard of the army, commanded by a young, ambitious, deeply treacherous nobleman named Andronikos Doukas, the nephew of the emperor's bitterest enemy, turned and fled, abandoning the emperor and his elite, heavily armored cataphracts to their fate. The signal for the retreat, which was supposed to be an orderly, disciplined, fighting withdrawal, became, in an instant, a signal for a rout, a panic, a blind, screaming, uncontrollable stampede of terrified, bewildered men. The Seljuks, seeing the confusion, the sudden, inexplicable collapse of the Roman line, swept down from the hills with a howling, exultant, terrifying ferocity, their arrows darkening the sky, their scimitars flashing in the dying light of the sun. The Roman center, surrounded, cut off, fighting with a desperate, last-ditch, hopeless courage, was annihilated. The emperor, his horse killed under him, a wound in his arm, was captured, dragged, bleeding and exhausted, before the tent of Sultan Alp Arslan. The Sultan, a man of a certain rough, magnanimous, steppe-courtier grace, placed his booted foot, according to the legend, on the neck of the prostrate Basilius of the Romans, a symbolic gesture of abject, total, humiliating submission. And then, in a gesture of even greater, more profound, more insulting magnanimity, he raised the emperor up, offered him food and drink, after a week of polite, diplomatic conversation, released him on the promise of a vast, ruinous ransom and the cession of the Anatolian heartland. But the promise was worthless. The emperor, disgraced, humiliated, abandoned by his own people, returned to Constantinople to find that his throne had been seized by the Doukas faction. His young son, the legitimate, purple-born heir, had been blinded and imprisoned, and the empire, the great, golden, triumphant empire of Basil, the Bulgar Slayer, had descended in the space of a single, terrible, catastrophic August afternoon into a chaos of civil war, treachery, and slow, grinding, inexorable collapse. The consequences of Manzikert, the long, slow, accumulating avalanche of ruin that the battle unleashed, were almost beyond the capacity of the human mind to comprehend. The Anatolian heartland, the great, rolling, fertile plateau that had been the home of the Greek-speaking, Orthodox Christian Roman population for over 1,000 years, the land of the endless, golden wheat fields and the deep, green, olive-studded valleys, and the ancient, marble-paved cities of the Hellenistic kings and the Roman emperors, was lost. The Seljuk Turks, the Ghazis, the warriors of the faith, poured through the shattered, undefended mountain passes, and they swept across the plateau like a wave, a flood, a slow, creeping, inexorable tide of nomadic pastoralism. Their flocks of sheep and their herds of camels replacing the wheat fields and the olive groves, their tents and their encampments rising on the ruins of the ancient, abandoned cities. The Roman population, the peasants and the townsfolk, the bishops and the monks, the artisans and the merchants, were either massacred, enslaved, or driven in a long, slow, pitiful, straggling exodus to the coastal cities and the islands and the capital. The empire which had, under Basil II, stretched from the Danube to the Euphrates, was now reduced to a narrow coastal strip of land in western Anatolia, the Balkans, and a few scattered, isolated outposts in the Aegean and the southern Italian coast. The army, the great, formidable, battle-hardened army of the Themes, was gone, destroyed at Manzikert, its remnants scattered, its command structure shattered, its loyalty fractured beyond repair. The treasury, already depleted by the decades of court extravagance, was emptied by the ruinous ransom of the emperor and the vast, desperate, ultimately futile expenditure of the civil wars that followed, and the emperor in the west, the distant German, Frankish, Holy Roman Emperor, the heir of Charlemagne, looked on with a mixture of cold, calculating, predatory interest and a faint, distant, theoretical pity at the slow, agonizing, apparently terminal collapse of the Eastern rival. It was in this moment of maximum peril, this moment of slow, grinding, seemingly irreversible decline, that the Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, the founder of the last great, Byzantine imperial dynasty, took the throne in a violent, bloody, perfectly traditional palace coup in the spring of 1081. Alexios was a young, brilliant, deeply charismatic soldier, a man of the Anatolian military aristocracy, the very class that the civilian bureaucrats of the previous century had tried so hard to destroy. A man with a sharp, narrow, intensely intelligent face, a thin, angular beard, and the cold, clear, unshakable determination of a man who has looked into the abyss and has resolved with every fiber of his being not to fall. He inherited an empire that was, by any reasonable standard, already dead. The treasury was empty, a hollow, echoing, dusty void. The army was a handful of broken, demoralized regiments, the remnants of the themes, and a motley collection of foreign mercenaries, the Varangian Guard, the fierce, axe-wielding, English and Scandinavian exiles who had fled the Norman conquest of their homeland, and the Alan and Pecheneg and Cuman horsemen of the steppe. The enemy was everywhere. The Seljuks in Anatolia, the Pechenegs and the Cumans in the Balkans, the Normans, the fierce, ambitious, insatiably predatory Normans under their brilliant, terrifying, utterly ruthless leader, Robert Guiscard, the Weasel, who had conquered southern Italy and Sicily, and who was now, with a vast, battle-hardened army of knights and crossbowmen, crossing the Adriatic to seize the Eastern Empire for himself. Alexios, who was not yet 30 years old, looked at the map of his shattered, bleeding, dying empire, and he did not flinch. He did not, like the emperors of the previous century, retreat into the gilded, incense-wreathed, unique-whispering labyrinth of the palace. He took up his sword, he mounted his horse, and he rode out with his few loyal, desperate troops to fight the war, the long, slow, grinding, ceaseless, exhausting war of the Komnenian Restoration. The war lasted for the entire length of his 37-year reign. A slow, patient, methodical, grinding campaign of reconquest and consolidation. A war that was fought on every frontier, against every enemy, with a cold, clear, unshakable, deeply pragmatic intelligence that was, in its own quiet, undramatic way, a kind of genius. Alexios, the soldier, the diplomat, the master of the intricate, treacherous, endlessly shifting game of Byzantine politics, used every weapon in his arsenal, the sword and the bribe, the marriage alliance and the poisoned cup, the secret treaty and the sudden, devastating night ambush. He defeated the Normans, the terrifying, seemingly invincible Normans, in a long, grinding, bloody campaign in the mountains of the Balkans, wearing down their heavy, armored knights with the constant, harassing, hit-and-run tactics of the steppe cavalry, until, at the Battle of Dyrrhachium, the Norman army, its supplies cut, its morale shattered, its leader, the great Robert Guiscard, dead of a sudden, violent fever, collapsed and withdrew, He crushed the Pechenegs, the fierce, pagan, nomadic raiders who had been terrorizing the Balkan provinces for decades. At the Battle of Livonian, a single, cataclysmic, annihilating slaughter on the banks of the Maritsa River, the entire Pecheneg nation, its warriors, its women, its children, wiped out in a single, terrible, blood-soaked afternoon. He stabilized the Anatolian frontier, using a combination of diplomacy, fortification, and the patient, methodical settlement of loyal, displaced populations, the Greeks and the Armenians, and the Syrians who had fled the Turkish advance in the strategic, defensible coastal valleys and the narrow, mountain-fringed plains. And he sent a letter, a quiet, desperate, profoundly fateful letter to the Pope in Rome, to Urban II, the successor of Peter, the bishop of the old, crumbling, forgotten, once imperial city that was now a small, squalid, malaria-ridden backwater on the banks of the Tiber. A letter asking for help, for soldiers, for mercenaries, for the Latin knights of the West to come to the aid of the Christian empire of the East against the infidel Turk. The letter of Alexios Komnenos, the quiet, desperate, carefully worded diplomatic letter, was the spark that ignited the conflagration. The vast, explosive, utterly unpredictable, world-altering eruption of religious fervor and martial ambition, and naked, brutal greed that the historians would call the Crusades. The Pope Urban II, a man of immense, cold, calculating political genius, and a deep, unshakable, apocalyptic piety, saw in the emperor's plea for help and opportunity a vast, glorious, heaven-sent opportunity, not merely to rescue the Christian East from the Saracen, but to unite the fragmented, fractious, warring, feudal kingdoms of the West under the banner of the cross, to assert the supremacy of the Roman pontiff over the Patriarch of Constantinople, and to channel the wild, violent, endlessly destructive energies of the Frankish nobility into a holy, righteous, divinely sanctioned war for the liberation of Jerusalem, the city of the crucifixion and the resurrection, the city that had been, for 4 centuries, under the heel of the Muslim infidel. In November of 1095, at the Council of Clermont, in the cold, wind-swept, volcanic hills of the Auvergne, the Pope, a tall, thin, ascetic figure with a long, flowing, white beard and eyes that burned with a cold, intense, visionary fire, delivered a sermon, a speech of such immense, emotional, world-shaking power that it would echo through the centuries, a speech that called upon the knights of Christendom to take up the cross, to cease their endless, fratricidal, sinful wars against each other, and to march east to the land of milk and honey, the land flowing with the relics of the saints and the blood of the martyrs, to liberate the holy places from the tyranny of the infidel. The crowd, the vast, densely packed, heaving mass of knights and nobles and commoners, erupted in a frenzy of religious ecstasy, cry of Deus Vult, God wills it, rising a single vast, roaring primal sound into the cold, clear winter air. The first crusade, the armed pilgrimage, the holy war had begun. The Crusades, the long, slow, complex, deeply tragic, and utterly transformative series of armed expeditions that would, over the course of the next 2 centuries, pour a stream of Frankish knights and Norman adventurers and Italian merchants and German peasants and English longbowmen across the Mediterranean and into the lands of the East were, from the Byzantine perspective, a disaster of such colossal, catastrophic, soul-shattering proportions that it would, in the end, destroy the empire that they had been intended, in theory, to save. The first great, ramshackle, undisciplined, deeply dangerous wave of the crusade, the so-called People's Crusade, a vast, shambling, fanatical mob of peasants and paupers and women and children, and the dregs of the European cities, led by a charismatic, deeply unstable, apocalyptic preacher named Peter the Hermit, descended upon the Balkans like a plague of locusts, burning and looting, and massacring the Jewish communities of the Rhineland along the way, and arrived at the gates of Constantinople in the summer of 1096. A starving, ragged, utterly uncontrollable horde of hysterical, ecstatic, terrified humanity. The Emperor Alexios, his face pale and drawn with a kind of cold, horrified, deeply weary resignation, looked at the rabble, the wild-eyed, cross-brandishing, psalm-chanting rabble that was, apparently, the answer to his plea for military assistance. And he did the only thing he could do. He ferried them across the Bosphorus as quickly and as quietly as possible, and he washed his hands of them. The People's Crusade, abandoned to its own devices, marched into the dry, dusty, sun-scorched hills of Bithynia, where it was promptly, efficiently, and utterly annihilated by the Seljuk Turks, the bones of the pilgrims bleaching in the sun for years. A quiet, grim, cautionary prelude to the main, terrible, magnificent drama that was to come. The real crusade, the army of the princes, the ironclad, mail-shirted, long sword-wielding knights of the Frankish and Norman nobility, arrived at Constantinople in the winter of 1096. A vast, glittering, terrifying, deeply unsettling host of the most formidable warriors in the Western world, the men who had shattered the armies of the Moors in Spain, and the Saxons in England, and the Lombards in Italy, the men whose very presence, the cold, hard, predatory gleam in their blue, gray, green eyes, the sheer, overwhelming physical power of their heavily armored, horse-mounted charge, filled the Byzantine courtiers with a kind of cold, creeping, visceral dread. The emperor, the old, tired, deeply cunning, silver-bearded Alexios, received the Latin princes, the towering, fierce, red-haired Godfrey of Bouillon, the ambitious, scheming, deeply treacherous Bohemond of Taranto, the son of his old enemy, Robert Guiscard, the gentle, pious, deeply noble Raymond of Toulouse, with a mixture of elaborate, gold-encrusted, incense-wreathed Byzantine ceremony and a cold, hard, deeply suspicious calculation. He demanded oaths of fealty, promises that any former imperial territories that the Crusaders conquered would be returned to the empire. A legalistic, feudal Western pledge that the Latin princes, their pride stung, their ambition burning, their distrust of the effete, decadent, schismatic Greeks, a deep, simmering, ancient poison in their veins, gave with a grudging, muttered, deeply insincere reluctance. The emperor, who was, above all else, a realist, loaded them with gold and gifts and provisions, and he sent them, with a sigh of quiet, exhausted, deeply apprehensive relief, across the Bosphorus and into the wild, dangerous, Seljuk-haunted heartlands of Anatolia. The first crusade against all the odds, against all the dark, cold, rational calculations of the emperor and his generals, was a triumph. A vast, sweeping, improbable, miraculous, God-ordained triumph that would transform the map of the Levant and the imagination of the West for centuries. The Frankish knights, their heavy, long-sleeved mail coats, and their tall, kite-shaped shields, and their long, double-edged, cruciform-hilted swords, their devastating, thundering, earth-shaking charge, the sheer, visceral, terrifying impact of their ironclad, horse-mounted, lance-wielding onslaught, smashed through the Seljuk armies like a hammer through glass. They stormed the great, ancient, walled cities of Nicaea and Antioch, the city of the Apostle Peter, the city where the followers of Jesus had first been called Christians after sieges of such long, grinding, desperate, starvation-haunted horror that the chroniclers could only record them with a kind of stunned, numb, bewildered awe. And on the 15th of July, in the year 1099, they stormed the walls of Jerusalem itself, the holy city, the city of David and Solomon, the city of the crucifixion and the resurrection, the city that had been, for over 400 years, in the hands of the Muslim, the Saracen, the infidel, the slaughter that followed, the vast, indiscriminate, blood-soaked massacre of the Muslim and Jewish inhabitants of the city, the men, the women, the children, the old, the young, the sick, the dying, was a horror of such epic, biblical, apocalyptic proportions that it would scar the relations between the Christian and the Islamic worlds for 1,000 years. The chronicler, the monk, the quiet, gentle, devoutly Christian chronicler, Raymond of Aguilars, wrote, with a kind of quiet, numb, matter-of-fact simplicity, that the blood in the streets of the city rose to the knees of the horses and to the bridles of the knights. The holy places, the church of the Holy Sepulchre, the rock of Calvary, the tomb of Christ, were liberated, and the Latin kingdom of Jerusalem, a strange, fragile, deeply improbable feudal state, an island of Western, Frankish, Catholic Christendom in the vast, surrounding hostile sea of Islam, was established. The empire, the Byzantine Greek Orthodox Empire of Alexios Komnenos and his successors, watched the triumph of the crusade with a mixture of quiet, cautious relief and a deep, cold, slowly dawning horror. The Latins, the Franks, the Normans, the wild, violent, deeply untrustworthy barbarians from the West, had not, as they had promised, returned the conquered cities of Antioch and Edessa, and the other, lesser, former imperial possessions to the Basileus. They had kept them for themselves, carved out their own petty, feudal Latin principalities, their own kingdom. A rival, hostile, schismatic state that challenged the ancient, universal, God-ordained authority of the Roman emperor. The schism, the great, deep, slow-widening rift between the Latin, Catholic, Papal West and the Greek, Orthodox, Imperial East, which had been a matter of arcane theological dispute and distant, mutual cultural incomprehension for centuries, was now a living, breathing, bleeding wound, a source of constant, grinding, poisonous friction and betrayal and outright, open, violent conflict. The emperors of the Komnenian dynasty, Alexios and his son John the Beautiful, and his grandson Manuel the Great, the last, brilliant, tragic, deeply flawed flowering of the Byzantine imperial tradition, spent their reigns in a ceaseless, exhausting, grinding effort to manage the Crusaders, to contain their ambitions, to extract oaths of fealty that were broken the moment the ink was dry, to play the game of power and diplomacy with the wild, unpredictable, deeply dangerous card of the Latin kingdoms, constantly threatening to destabilize the whole, fragile, precarious edifice. They achieved much, these Komnenian emperors, the last great Roman warrior emperors of the East, their armies marching and countermarching across the vast, dusty, sun-scorched plains of Anatolia, their fleets, the swift, deadly, Greek fire-equipped war galleys, patrolling the narrow, blue, island-studded seas of the Aegean, their diplomats, and their spies weaving the intricate, elaborate, ever-shifting web of Byzantine foreign policy. But the effort, the immense, constant, draining, relentless effort of holding the empire together against the Seljuks and the Normans and the Hungarians and the Venetians and the ever-squabbling, ever-demanding Latins was slowly, imperceptibly, inexorably wearing the state down to a nub, grinding its bones to dust, bleeding its treasury white. The end of the Komnenian century, the slow, sad, weary decline into the chaos, and the catastrophe of the late 12th century was marked by the death of Manuel the Great, the last, glittering, golden, larger-than-life emperor of the dynasty. In the autumn of 1080, Manuel had been a man of immense, swaggering, almost Western, knightly energy, a man who jousted in tournaments, who wrote love poetry, who dreamed of restoring the universal Roman Empire under a single, orthodox, Comnenian scepter. But his dreams were too vast, too expensive, too utterly beyond the resources of the shrunken, exhausted, deeply fragile state that he ruled. And his death left the empire in the hands of his young, frightened, deeply unpopular Latin wife, the Empress Maria of Antioch, and her small, pale, sickly son, Alexios II. The palace, the cold, marble-paved, gold mosaic-studded, unique-whispering labyrinth of the imperial palace, erupted, as it always did, into a frenzy of conspiracy, betrayal, and blood. The young emperor and his mother were overthrown and murdered by a distant, ambitious, deeply ruthless cousin of the old emperor, a man named Andronikos, a figure of such dark, twisted, magnetic, Shakespearean charisma that he seemed to have stepped out of the pages of a tragedy. Andronikos, the last, terrible, brilliant, utterly corrupted flowering of the Comnenian bloodline, a man of immense, cynical intelligence, and a deep, cold, sadistic cruelty, was in his 60s when he seized the throne. A tall, thin, gaunt, wolf-like figure with a long, flowing white beard and eyes that burned with a cold, mocking, unholy light. He had spent his life in exile and adventure, a wanderer, a seducer, a fugitive, a man who had been the lover of his own niece and the enemy of his own emperor, a man who had drunk and laughed and plotted in the courts of the Caliph of Baghdad and the Sultan of Damascus and the King of Jerusalem. And when he seized the throne, his revenge upon the aristocratic, bureaucratic, deeply hated ruling class of the empire was a terror, a bloodbath, a systematic, methodical, utterly merciless extirpation of the nobility that left the empire in the space of a few short, violent years, decapitated, its leadership shattered, its administration in ruins, its army a leaderless, demoralized mob. The reign of Andronikos, the reign of terror, lasted for only 2 years before the people of Constantinople. The vast, fickle, volatile, ever-dangerous mob of the Hippodrome rose in revolt, driven by the famine and the plague and the sheer, unbearable, suffocating weight of the tyrant's cruelty. The old emperor, the terrifying, brilliant, utterly monstrous Andronikos, was dragged from his palace, his beard pulled out by the roots, his teeth knocked from his jaws, his right hand cut off with a butcher's cleaver, and he was slowly, methodically, publicly tortured to death in the Hippodrome. His body, the body of the last, terrible, tragic Komnenos, hung up by its feet between 2 pillars, a spectacle of the abyss into which the Roman Empire had fallen, the fall of the Komnenoi and the accession of the Angeloi, the weak, corrupt, deeply incompetent dynasty of the Angelos brothers, the pale, trembling, silk-clad, unicruled, utterly pathetic Isaac II, and his blind, wandering beggar emperor brother, Alexios III, was the final, irrevocable, terminal phase of the long, slow Roman decline. The empire, in the last, terrible, pitiful decade of the 12th century, was a ghost, a hollow, decaying, maggot-ridden corpse of a state, its provinces overrun by the Bulgars and the Serbs and the Seljuks, its treasury looted by the insatiable, corrupt, utterly cynical courtiers, its army a handful of foreign mercenaries who were paid, when they were paid at all, in debased, worthless copper coinage, and the West, the Latin, Frankish, Catholic, crusading West, had been watching, with a cold, hard, predatory, increasingly contemptuous, and disgusted gaze, the slow, agonizing, seemingly endless death throes of the Greek Empire, the Venetians, the cunning, mercantile, utterly ruthless Venetians, the masters of the Adriatic and the Eastern Mediterranean trade routes, had been nursing a deep, cold, ancient grudge against the Byzantines for over a century, a grudge born of broken commercial treaties and the expulsion of their merchants, and the slow, humiliating, systematic erosion of their privileges, and the popes, the successors of Peter, the bishops of Rome, the men who had, for 2 centuries, been dreaming of the reunion of the Christian Church under the supreme, universal, infallible authority of the Roman pontiff, had grown weary, bitterly, angrily, disgustedly weary of the schism, the heresy, the stubborn, arrogant, duplicitous refusal of the Greeks to submit to the one true Catholic fold, the Fourth Crusade, the great, terrible, utterly catastrophic Fourth Crusade, which was preached by the great, innocent, holy, deeply unworldly Pope Innocent III, the most powerful and the most spiritually ambitious pope in the history of the medieval church, was intended, in its original, pious, deeply idealistic conception, to liberate Jerusalem once again, which had fallen a few years before to the great, brilliant, chivalrous Muslim Sultan, Saladin. But the crusade, from its very inception, was a disaster, a slow, grinding, inexorable descent into a nightmare of debt, duplicity, and moral bankruptcy. The Frankish knights, the flower of French and Flemish and German chivalry, had no money, no ships, no provisions, no means of transporting themselves to the Holy Land. They made a contract with the Venetians, the calculating, mercantile, utterly unsentimental Doge, Enrico Dandolo, a man who was over 90 years old, blind, and possessed of a cold, clear, ruthless, Machiavellian intelligence that was, in its own quiet, terrifying way, a kind of genius. The Venetians agreed to build a fleet, a vast, immense, incredibly expensive fleet, to transport the Crusader army to Egypt, the soft, vulnerable, rich underbelly of the Muslim world. But when the Crusaders, fewer than expected, their funds exhausted, arrived in Venice, they found themselves hopelessly, ruinously in debt, and the Doge, the blind, ancient, utterly implacable Dandolo made them an offer. He would forgive their debt, and he would provide his own powerful veteran war fleet if the Crusaders would, first, help him to reconquer the city of Zara, a Christian, Catholic city on the Dalmatian coast that had recently rebelled against Venetian rule. The Crusaders, their consciences troubled, their oaths of holy war a heavy, silent, accusing weight upon their souls, agreed. The sack of Zara, a Christian city by a Christian army marching under the banner of the cross, was a sin, a crime, a blasphemy so profound that the Pope, the horrified, furious, deeply betrayed innocent, excommunicated the entire crusade, a sentence that was immediately, quietly, ignored. And then, in the winter of 1202, the exiled young Byzantine prince, Alexios Angelos, the son of the deposed, blinded, imprisoned Emperor Isaac II, arrived in the Crusader camp. He had escaped from his uncle, the usurper Alexios III, and he had fled to the west, to his sister's husband, the king of the Germans. He came with a promise, a glittering, impossible, breathtakingly audacious promise. If the Crusaders would help him to reclaim his throne, to overthrow the usurper, and to restore his father to power, he would, in return, submit the entire schismatic Greek Church to the authority of the Pope in Rome. He would pay the Crusaders an immense, staggering sum of money, enough to pay off all their debts to the Venetians and to finance the entire glorious, God-ordained campaign for the liberation of Jerusalem. He would provide, from the vast, still formidable resources of the Byzantine Empire, an army of 10,000 men to accompany the crusade to the Holy Land, and he would personally lead them, a penitent, humbled, reunited Christian emperor at the head of the armies of Christ. The offer was a temptation, a mirage, a devil's bargain of such immense, shimmering, intoxicating power that the Crusaders, their oaths broken, their debts crushing, their spirits weary and disillusioned, could not resist. The Doge, the ancient, blind, venomously brilliant Dandolo, his cold, calculating mind already spinning the vast, intricate, far-reaching web of Venetian commercial and political domination that would follow the destruction of the Byzantine Empire, whispered his quiet, insidious, inexorable counsel in the ears of the leaders, and the fleet, the vast, magnificent, terrifying armada of the Fourth Crusade, the galleys and the transports, and the horse carriers, with their high, painted, crucifix-adorned prows, and their banners of the Lion of St. Mark, and the fleur-de-lis of the Frankish kings, turned, slowly, inexorably, toward the glittering, golden, utterly doomed city on the Bosphorus, the city of Constantine and Justinian, the city of the True Cross and the Virgin Hodgetria, the new Rome, the second, the last, the eternal imperial city of the Christian Roman world. The siege and the sack of Constantinople by the armies of the Fourth Crusade. On the 12th and 13th of April, in the year 1204, was an event of such immense, cataclysmic, world-shattering horror that it would be seared into the memory of the Greek, Orthodox, Eastern Christian world as the great, ultimate, unforgivable betrayal of Christendom, a wound that would never heal, a schism that would never be mended, a crime that would echo with a slow, dying, reverberating cadence through the long, dark, silent centuries until the final, terrible, inevitable fall of the city to the Turks 250 years later. The Crusaders, the ironclad, cross-brandishing, psalm-singing knights of the West, the soldiers of Christ, the holy pilgrims who had taken the vow of the cross, smashed through the sea walls along the Golden Horn. Their ships, the tall, high-sided, weather-beaten galleys, crashing into the harbor under the cover of a sudden, violent, driving north wind, the wind that the Greeks, huddled in their churches and their homes, their faces pale with terror, their lips moving in desperate, silent, unceasing prayer to the Theotokos, the protectress of the city, knew, with a cold, sinking, despairing certainty, was the wind of God's abandonment. The emperor, the pale, trembling, utterly useless Alexios V, the last, brief, desperate, usurping phantom of the Angeloi, fled in the night, abandoning his city and his people to their fate. A small, dark, cloaked figure slipping through the postern gate and vanishing into the cold, dark, indifferent hills of Thrace. The defenders, the scattered, demoralized, leaderless remnants of the Imperial Guard and the city militia, fought in isolated, desperate, hopeless pockets of resistance for a few short, bitter hours. Their courage, the last, flickering, dying ember of the ancient Roman military spirit, overwhelmed by the sheer, crushing, tidal wave of Frankish and Venetian fury. And then the sack began. For 3 days, the army of Christ, the holy, penitent, God-ordained army of the Crusade, ran rampant through the streets of the greatest, most magnificent, most ancient, most sacred Christian city in the world, a city that had been the repository of 1,000 years of accumulated art, architecture, literature, and sacred relic, a city that had, until that moment, preserved in its vast marble-paved forums and its gold-encrusted, mosaic-studded churches, the living, breathing, continuous memory of the classical Roman Greek world, the Franks and the Venetians, the soldiers and the knights, the monks and the priests, fell upon the city with a howling, insatiable, utterly mindless lust for gold and blood and destruction. They smashed the silver iconostasis of the Hagia Sophia, the great, golden, shimmering, jewel-encrusted screen that separated the nave from the sanctuary, and they stripped the altar, the sacred, holy altar of the divine liturgy, of its gold and its silver and its precious stones. They installed a prostitute, a drunken, shrieking, blasphemous camp follower on the throne of the patriarch in the great domed cathedral. And they made her dance and sing the obscene, drunken songs of the French taverns, while the chalices of the emperors and the sacred vessels of the holy fathers were passed from hand to hand, filled with the cheap, sour, red wine of the army's commissariat. They broke open the ancient marble sarcophagi of the emperors, the tombs of Justinian and Heraclius, and Basil the Bulgar slayer, and they stripped the bodies of their golden funerary masks and their jeweled imperial diadems, scattering the bones, the sacred imperial millennial bones, to the wind and the dust and the indifferent trampling feet of the horses. The libraries, the vast, ancient, irreplaceable libraries of the imperial palace, and the monasteries, the repositories of the entire surviving corpus of the classical Greek tragedy and the epic poetry and the philosophy and the science of the ancient world were burned, their papyrus and their parchment and their vellum scrolls, the fragile, fading, desperately precious vessels of the human spirit, consigned to the flames, the smoke rising, thick and black and greasy, over the domes and the spires of the dying city, the bronze statues, the masterpieces of Lysippus and Pheidias, and the other, forgotten, nameless, immortal sculptors of the ancient world, the towering, majestic, Herculean figures of the emperors, and the gods and the heroes that had stood for 1,000 years in the forums and the streets and the hippodromes of the eternal city, were torn down from their pedestals, smashed into fragments, and carted off to the furnaces to be melted down for the base, utilitarian, commercial purposes of the Venetian merchants. The copper and the bronze and the gold transformed into the coin that was, in the end, the only true, unchanging God of the enterprise, the sacred relics, the holiest, most precious, most venerated objects in all of Christendom, the crown of thorns, the lance that had pierced the side of Christ, the fragments of the true cross, the bones and the skulls, and the mummified, incorrupt fingers of the apostles and the martyrs, were looted, packed into cedar chests, and shipped off to the cathedrals and the monasteries and the royal chapels of the West, the Sainte-Chapelle of Paris, the San Marco of Venice, the distant, cold, stone-vaulted churches of the Rhineland and the Loire, a vast, scattered, ghostly diaspora of the sacred, the holy, the irreplaceable, the last, fading, tangible links to the ancient, apostolic, undivided Christian world that had, on that terrible April morning, ceased to exist, the Latin Empire of Constantinople, the strange, fragile, deeply illegitimate, profoundly un-Roman political entity that the Crusaders erected on the ruins of the great, ancient, fallen city was a hollow, pathetic, doomed caricature of the empire it had replaced. A Frankish knight, the brave, dull, unlettered, deeply unqualified Baldwin of Flanders, was crowned emperor in the Hagia Sophia. The vast, desecrated, echoing, empty shell of the great cathedral, his Latin priests chanting the Te Deum in the cold, smoke-blackened, corpse-strewn nave, while the Doge, the blind, ancient, implacably triumphant Dandolo, watched, his sightless eyes fixed on some distant, invisible, supremely satisfied horizon. The empire was carved up, like a slaughtered animal at a feast, among the Venetian merchants, and the Frankish barons, and the Latin bishoprics, a patchwork of petty, feudal, deeply alien principalities, the Duchy of Athens, the Kingdom of Thessalonica, the Principality of Achaia, the Venetian colonies of the Aegean Islands, the whole strange, violent, unsustainable edifice held together by nothing but the sheer brute force of the Frankish sword and the cold, calculating, commercial cunning of the Venetian sea power, the Greek, Roman, Orthodox population, the vast, overwhelming, deeply humiliated and profoundly resentful majority, withdrew in body and in soul into a state of quiet, sullen, simmering, deeply patient hostility, their loyalty transferring, with a slow, silent, inexorable movement of the collective heart, to the exiled, refugee successor states that had been established by the remnants of the imperial aristocracy in the unconquered, mountainous, fiercely independent provinces of the periphery. The Empire of Nicaea, the Despotate of Epirus, the Empire of Trebizond on the distant, mist-shrouded Pontic shore of the Black Sea, the true, legitimate, God-anointed Roman Empire, the Empire of the Basileus, the Porphyrogenitos, the heir of Constantine and Justinian, had not, in the eyes of its people, ceased to exist. It had merely been driven temporarily into a painful, humiliating, deeply sorrowful exile. A long, slow, patient, waiting exile. A dream of restoration that would, in the fullness of time, be fulfilled, but only as the prelude to the final, terminal, irrevocable fall. The restoration, when it came, was the work of a single, patient, far-seeing, deeply determined genius, a man of the Palaiologos family, the last great, tragic imperial dynasty of Byzantium. His name was Michael, the eighth of that name, a man of immense, cold, calculating intelligence, a brilliant general, a subtle diplomat, a deeply cynical, utterly pragmatic, and profoundly effective ruler. From his base in Nicaea, the city of the great ecumenical council, the city of the creed, the city that was, in those years of exile, the true spiritual and political heart of the Greek, Orthodox, Roman world, Michael Palaiologos slowly, patiently, methodically, rebuilt the shattered fabric of the imperial state. He reconquered the European provinces of Thrace and Macedonia from the weak, squabbling, deeply unpopular Latin barons. He outmaneuvered his Greek rivals, the despots of Epirus and the emperors of Trebizond, weaving a web of marriage alliances and secret treaties and quiet, effective, cold-blooded political assassinations, and in the summer of 1261, a small, swift, brilliantly opportunistic military expedition, a force of a few hundred men, commanded by a general named Alexios Strategopoulos, who had been sent to probe the defenses of the Latin capital, discovered, to its immense, stunned, incredulous joy, that the Frankish garrison had left the city, shipped out on a Venetian fleet to attack a small, remote Black Sea island, and that the gates were open, undefended, the city, the great, golden, ancient, eternal city, lying asleep, like a drunken giant, in the warm, still, drowsy afternoon of the late July sun. The general, a man of quick, decisive, opportunistic intelligence, did not hesitate. He slipped his men through the unguarded postern gate, and they fell upon the sleeping, unprepared, utterly astonished Latin garrison with a sudden, swift, ruthless efficiency. The emperor, the last, pathetic, bewildered Latin emperor, Baldwin II, a man who had spent his entire, miserable reign begging for alms from the courts of Europe, fled in his nightshirt, his crown and his scepter, and his royal seals abandoned, on a Venetian galley, his pathetic, shabby, half-empty treasury sloshing about in the bilges of the ship, and Michael Palaiologos, the restorer, the new Constantine, entered the city in a great, solemn, candlelit procession, the icon of the Virgin Hodgetria, the sacred, ancient, miracle-working icon that had been the palladium of the city since the time of the Empress Pulcheria, carried at the head of the column. The people, the shrunken, impoverished, deeply traumatized, but still, somehow, miraculously, fervently, ecstatically faithful people of Constantinople, lining the streets, their faces wet with tears, their voices raised in the ancient, rhythmic, chanting acclamation of the Basilius, the Polychronian, the many years to the Emperor of the Romans. The empire was restored. The long, terrible, humiliating exile was over. The ghost of Rome, the Greek Orthodox eternal ghost, had returned to its ancient, sacred, ancestral home. But the restoration was a mirage. A thin, fragile, beautiful, utterly deceptive veil drawn over the hollow, wasted, terminally exhausted body of the dying state, the empire of the Palaiologoi, the last, sad, tragic, deeply cultured, and profoundly impotent dynasty of the Byzantine emperors, was a tiny, impoverished, deeply vulnerable fragment of the vast, powerful, world-spanning imperium of the past. The city, the great, golden city of Constantine, was a ruin, a ghost, a vast, empty, echoing shell. The palaces of the emperors, the vast, sprawling, marble-paved complex of the Blascherny and the Baucolion, were crumbling, their roofs leaking, their courtyards overgrown with weeds, their gold mosaics stripped and sold, their floors, which had once been trodden by the ambassadors of the Caliph and the Pope and the Emperor of the Germans, now the refuge of the stray dogs and the wild, wind-sown olive trees. The population, which had once numbered over 500,000 souls, was reduced to a few tens of thousands. A scattered, impoverished, deeply melancholy remnant, huddled in the shadow of the great, silent, crumbling walls. There lives a slow, grinding, monotonous struggle for the bread and the oil and the charcoal that would get them through the long, cold, dark Balkan winter. The army, the glorious, invincible army of the cataphracts and the Varangians, was a tiny, threadbare, deeply unreliable force of a few thousand men, the pitiful remnant of the Imperial Guard, dressed in the faded, patched, rust-stained armor of their ancestors, their pay a few copper coins, their loyalty a fragile, fraying thread that could be snapped by the whisper of a bribe or the promise of a better meal. The treasury, the ancient, overflowing golden treasury of Justinian and Basil, was a hollow, empty, dust-filled vault. The emperor's crown jewels, the sapphires and the rubies and the emeralds of the diadem, replaced by cheap, colored glass. The gold of the imperial plate melted down and sold to the Venetian moneylenders to finance the endless, feudal, grinding civil wars that were the curse of the Paleologan century, and the enemies, the old, ancient, implacable, ever-encroaching enemies, the Serbs and the Bulgars in the Balkans, the Italian merchant republics in the Aegean, and above all, the Turks, the new, rising, terrifyingly dynamic power of the Ottoman Turks in Anatolia, were pressing, slowly, relentlessly, inexorably, on every frontier, their armies driving the imperial forces back, village by village, fortress by fortress, city by city, until, by the end of the 14th century, the empire had been reduced to a single, solitary, desperately isolated city, the city of Constantinople itself, a tiny, Christian, Greek-speaking island in a vast, hostile, ever-encroaching sea of Turkish, Muslim, Ottoman power, the long, slow, final, agonizing century of the Byzantine Empire, the century of the Paleologan twilight, was a century of waiting, a century of slow, deepening, terminal despair, a century of desperate, humiliating, ultimately futile diplomatic appeals to the West, the letters of the emperors, the pale, tired, deeply dignified, deeply tragic figures, the John V and the Manuel II, and the Constantine XI, begging, pleading, groveling before the popes and the kings and the princes of Europe for the aid, the ships, the soldiers, the crusade that would save the last, dying remnant of the Christian Roman world, the popes, the successors of Peter, the men who held the keys to the treasury of the Latin, Catholic, Western military power, were willing to help, but only at a price, a single, terrible, non-negotiable price: the submission of the Orthodox, schismatic, stubborn, arrogant Greek Church to the supreme, universal, infallible authority of the Bishop of Rome, the emperors, the desperate, weary, deeply humiliated emperors were willing, in the cold, hard, realistic calculation of their terminal predicament, to pay that price. They traveled in person to the distant, cold, stone-vaulted courts of the West, the Emperor John V to Buda, to the court of the King of Hungary, the Emperor Manuel II to Paris and London, to the courts of the French king and the English king. A strange, exotic, deeply poignant figure, a tall, thin, white-bearded, deeply cultured, and profoundly sad Roman emperor, walking through the cold, muddy, rain-swept streets of the northern capitals, his silk robes and his jeweled diadem a fading, faintly ridiculous echo of a vanished world of sunshine and marble and gold. The Council of Florence in the year 1439 was the final, desperate, ultimate gamble. The emperor, the old, tired, deeply devout, and deeply pragmatic John VIII Palaiologos, accompanied by his patriarch, his bishops, his theologians, his whole, elaborate, golden-robed, deeply suspicious, and profoundly divided ecclesiastical entourage, traveled to the distant, Italian Renaissance city of Florence, and there, in the great, soaring, frescoed, marble-paved cathedral of Santa Maria del Fiore, under the vast, echoing, still unfinished dome of Brunelleschi, the Greek and the Latin prelates, the heirs of the apostles and the fathers, signed the Decree of Union, the solemn, formal, theologically intricate document that proclaimed the reunion of the Eastern and Western churches, the end of the schism, the submission of the Orthodox to the Pope, the healing of the great, ancient, 400-year-old wound of Christendom. The Union of Florence was a miracle, a diplomatic and theological triumph of the highest order, the realization of the deepest, most ancient, most prayerfully cherished hope of the popes and the Latin theologians for centuries. And it was a disaster, a complete, utter, catastrophic, soul-destroying failure. The people of Constantinople, the monks and the nuns and the priests and the ordinary, illiterate, fiercely pious, deeply conservative laity, the men and the women who had been raised from the cradle on the stories of the Latin sack, the desecration of the Hagia Sophia, the blasphemous, drunken, prostitute seated on the patriarch's throne horror of 1204, the people who had, for 200 years, been taught by their mothers and their spiritual fathers that the Latins were heretics, schismatics, barbarians, worse than the Turks, for the Turk, at least, allowed the Church to keep its faith and its rights, while the Latin, the Frank, the Catholic, the servant of the Pope, would devour their souls and drag them into the eternal, howling darkness of the uncreated graceless abyss. The people, the vast, seething, deeply embittered, and profoundly suspicious population of the dying city, rose in a storm of furious, hysterical, uncompromising rejection. The great, fiery, ascetic monk, the scholar, the theologian, the saint, Gennadios Scholarios, the future first patriarch of the Ottoman era, nailed his furious, eloquent, bitter denunciation of the Union to the door of his cell. And the people, the mob of the city, the monks and the marketwomen and the sailors, chanted in the streets and the squares and the vast, empty, echoing nave of the Hagia Sophia, the terrible, fateful, damning cry. Better the turban of the Turk than the tiara of the Pope. The aid from the West, the crusade that the Emperor had bought at such a bitter, terrible, humiliating cost, did not come. Not in any meaningful, decisive, empire-saving sense. A small, polyglot, deeply divided army of French and Italian and Hungarian crusaders. The last, brave, feudal, deeply doomed crusade of the Middle Ages was cut to pieces by the Ottoman Sultan, the brilliant, young, terrifyingly energetic Murad II, at the Battle of Varna, on the shores of the Black Sea, in the autumn of 1444. The King of Hungary, the young, brave, deeply foolish W. Ladislaw, was killed. His head, it was said, severed from his body and preserved in a jar of honey, to be displayed as a trophy at the court of the Sultan, the last, faint, flickering hope of the Western rescue was extinguished, and the Emperor, the old, tired, heartbroken John VIII, returned to his city, his union a dead letter, his treasury empty, his soul crushed to die a few years later of the slow, wasting, melancholic exhaustion of a man who has watched his world, his empire, his entire ancient, sacred, millennial civilization slip inexorably into the abyss. The last emperor of the Romans, the last tragic, heroic, utterly doomed figure in the long, slow, 3,000-year pageant of the Roman state, was a man named Constantine, the 11th of that name, the brother of the old, dead, heartbroken John. He was a tall, thin, deeply somber man, a man of quiet, unshakable, almost translucent courage, a soldier, a diplomat, a man who had spent his life fighting the slow, grinding, losing war against the Turks in the desolate, mountainous, blood-soaked Peloponnese. He was not a great intellect, not a brilliant theologian, not a cunning politician. He was a man of duty, a man who had inherited a dying, terminal, penniless, posthumous empire, a city of ghosts and ruins, a population of a few thousand frightened, starving, deeply divided souls, and an enemy, the young, brilliant, terrifyingly ambitious, utterly implacable Sultan Mehmed II, the conqueror, who had ascended the Ottoman throne in the spring of 1451, with a single, burning, all-consuming ambition: to take Constantinople, to make the city of the Caesars his new capital, to fulfill the ancient Islamic prophecy of the conquest of the Roman Empire, and to extinguish forever the last flickering, dying flame of the Christian, Greek, Roman world. The final siege of Constantinople began on the 6th of April, year 1453, the Monday after Easter, under a sky of pale, watery, early spring blue, the air still cold and sharp, with the last lingering breath of the Balkan winter, the Ottoman army, the vast, sprawling, magnificently organized, and deeply disciplined war machine of the Sultan, an army of perhaps 80,000 men, the elite Janissary infantry, the fierce, fanatical, slave-recruited shock troops of the empire, the heavy, armored Sipahi cavalry of the Anatolian and the Rumelian provinces, the irregular, wild, fanatical Bashi-Bazoks, the sappers, the engineers, the artillerymen with their vast, monstrous, terrifyingly novel bombards, the great, bronze, 27-foot-long cannons that had been cast by a Hungarian engineer named Urban, a man who had, the year before, offered his services to the emperor and had been turned away with a quiet, apologetic, deeply embarrassed refusal. For the empire could not afford his price, and who had then, with a cold, pragmatic, utterly mercenary shrug of his shoulders, taken his designs and his genius to the Sultan, the cannons, the massive, earth-shaking, wall-shattering bombards, the largest of which could hurl a 1,200-pound granite ball over a mile, were dragged by teams of 60 oxen and hundreds of men from the foundries of Adrianople to the walls of Constantinople, and they were set up in a vast, semicircular arc opposite the great, ancient, triple-layered land walls of Theodosius, the walls that had, for 1,000 years, held back the tide of every invader, the Avars, the Persians, the Arabs, the Bulgars, the Slavs, the Russians, the walls that had been, until that moment, the impregnable, God-guarded, virgin-protected bulwark of the Christian world. The defense of the city was a task of such immense, desperate, heartbreaking hopelessness that it could only be undertaken by men who had already, in the quiet, private chambers of their souls, accepted their own deaths. The Emperor Constantine the Last, pale, somber, deeply serene Basilius of the Romans, had at his disposal a force of perhaps 7,000 men, a pitiful, motley, deeply polyglot collection of the last, fading remnants of the imperial guard, the few, threadbare, rust-armored regiments of the Roman army, a contingent of Genoese mercenaries under their brilliant, charismatic, deeply tragic leader, Giovanni Giustiniani Longo, a small, brave, deeply doomed band of Venetian and Catalan sailors who had volunteered to stay, a scattering of Cretan archers and Anatolian exiles, and the ordinary, unarmed, deeply terrified, but strangely, quietly, unshakably resolute citizens of the city, the monks and the priests, and the shopkeepers, and the fishermen, who took up their ancient, rusted pikes, and their wooden, nail-studded clubs, and their faith, the deep, ancient, millennial faith of the Orthodox, the faith of the Theotokos and the icons, and the unceasing, rhythmical chant of the Kyrie eleison, "The Lord have mercy," the cry that had been the last, desperate, soul-deep prayer of the Roman people for 1,000 years. For 53 days, the siege ground on, a slow, ceaseless, pitiless symphony of thunder and dust and blood and exhaustion. The great bronze bombards roaring day and night, their massive, granite shot crashing into the ancient, crumbling walls, the Janissaries and the Bashi-Bazoks surging again and again, in wave after screaming, scimitar flashing, turbaned wave, against the breaches and the stockades, the defenders, their numbers dwindling, their faces blackened with the smoke and the powder of the incessant, grinding, sleepless battle, fighting back with a cold, calm, utterly desperate, last-ditch ferocity. The emperor himself, the last Roman emperor, his plain, unadorned armor dented and blood-spattered, his tall, thin, somber figure everywhere along the walls, his quiet, steady voice, his calm, unshakable, deeply reassuring presence, the still, quiet center of the whirling, screaming, chaotic maelstrom of the defense. The end came in the early hours of the 29th of May, a Tuesday, a day that the Greeks, the Orthodox, the Romans, would forever mark with a black stone, a day of mourning and bitter, eternal, unassuageable grief. The night was dark, moonless, a thin, cold, drizzling rain falling from a low, oppressive, leaden sky. The only light the flickering, orange-red glow of the Ottoman campfires, and the vast, sweeping, probing beams of the Sultan's searchlights, the great, naphtha-soaked torches that illuminated the walls in a harsh, garish, unflattering glare. The emperor, who had spent the evening in the great, dim, echoing, candle-lit cavern of the Hagia Sophia, receiving, with his few remaining faithful companions, the last, solemn, tear-drenched, utterly hopeless Eucharist of the Roman Empire, the body and the blood of Christ, the last, holy, sacramental meal of the dying city, had returned to the walls, to his post at the great, shattered, vulnerable breach in the stockade of the Mesotician, the central rampart, the final assault, the great, overwhelming human wave assault of the entire Ottoman host, the Bashi-Bazoks first, the expendable, the arrow fodder, the wave that would soak up the last, desperate, flagging energies of the defenders, then the heavy, armored Sepahis of Anatolia, the provincial cavalry, and then, finally, the Sultan's own elite, terrifyingly fresh and disciplined Janissaries, the iron fist, the sword of the Prophet, the last, irresistible, annihilating wave, swept in a vast, roaring, earth-shaking tide of sound and fury and screaming, ecstatic, God-invoking fury, against the walls, and in the chaos, the dust, the blood, the blinding, choking, impenetrable fog of war. A single, small, utterly fatal event occurred. A small, hidden, unguarded postern gate, the Kirkeporta, in the angle of the Blascherny walls, was left open. A tiny, insignificant, utterly catastrophic oversight of the exhausted, dying defenders. A small party of janissaries, probing the shadows, discovered the open gate, slipped through, climbed the tower, and planted the green, gold-embroidered crescent moon banner of the House of Osman on the ramparts. The cry went up, the terrible, fatal, despair-inducing cry of the city is taken. The Genoese captain, Giustiniani, the brilliant, courageous, irreplaceable pillar of the defense, was mortally wounded, a musket ball shattering his chest. And as he was carried, bleeding and dying, from the walls, his men, his Genoese mercenaries, the best, most disciplined soldiers in the garrison, broke and fled. The Emperor Constantine, the last, pale, somber, utterly serene emperor of the Romans, seeing the collapse, the end, the final, inevitable, God-ordained extinction of his world, did not flee. He threw off his imperial insignia, the golden, double-headed eagle, the purple Porphyrogenitos, blood-borne regalia, and he drew his sword, the long, straight, double-edged Roman spatha, and he charged with his few remaining faithful companions, his cousin Theophilos and his Castilian knight, Don Francisco of Toledo, and the brave, loyal, deeply doomed John Dalmata, into the heart of the seething, surging, howling maelstrom of the Janissary assault, into the breach of the stockade, into the darkness, into the silence, into the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the empire that was, in that moment, extinguished forever. His body was never identified, never recovered, lost in the vast, anonymous, blood-soaked heap of the slain that carpeted the streets of the fallen city. A final, quiet, deeply honorable, utterly Roman death, a death in the dust, and the blood, and the screaming chaos of the last, desperate stand. A death that became, in the centuries that followed, the legend, the myth, the sleeping emperor, the marble emperor, the king who would one day, when the time was right, when the will of God was accomplished, awake, rise from his secret, hidden, underground tomb, and reclaim his city, his empire, his vanished, glorious, eternal world. The Sultan, the young, brilliant, deeply victorious Mehmed II, rode on his white horse through the shattered, corpse-strewn gate of St. Romanus into the city, the ancient, eternal, holy city of Constantine and Justinian, the city that had been, for 1100 years, the capital of the Roman Empire. He rode slowly, silently through the streets, the dead and the dying, the rubble and the ash, the shattered icons, and the torn, trampled, blood-soaked gospel books, to the great, golden, domed cathedral of the Hagia Sophia, the church of the holy wisdom of God, the most magnificent, sacred, awe-inspiring building in all of Christendom. He dismounted, stooped to pick up a handful of dust, and poured it over his turban, a gesture of humility, of submission, of acknowledgement of the transience of all earthly power before the throne of the one, eternal, all-conquering God. He entered the vast, dark, echoing, smoke-blackened, corpse-strewn cavern of the dome. The dome that had, for 1,000 years, been the heart of the Roman, Christian, Greek world, and he ordered a muezzin, an imam, a servant of the one true, merciful, all-powerful God of Islam, to ascend the high, golden, mosaic-studded pulpit and to proclaim in the sonorous, resonant, rhythmic cadences of the Arabic tongue the Shahada, the confession of faith, the La ilaha illa Allah, Muhammadan Rasul Allah, that there is no God but God, and Mohammed is his prophet. The sound, the ancient, sacred, deeply alien, deeply triumphant sound, rose up into the vast, echoing, shell-shocked silence of the dome, and it mingled the chroniclers, the poets, the weeping, exiled, refugee monks would later write, with the soft, distant, fading, ghostly echo of the last, desperate, dying prayer of the emperor, the last, pale, somber, utterly serene Basilius of the Romans, the prayer that had been, for 1,000 years, the soul of the city, the prayer of the Kyrie eleison, the Lord have mercy, the Lord have mercy, the Lord have mercy. The Roman Empire, the great, eternal, universal, God-ordained imperium of Augustus and Trajan, of Constantine and Justinian, of Basil the Bulgar slayer, and the last, tragic, heroic Constantine Palaiologos, was dead. The long, slow, dreaming sleep of the classical world. The sleep that had begun in the quiet, dust-scented twilight of the Antonine Age, over 1,000 years before, was complete. A deep, still, silent, unending slumber from which no trumpet of the West, no crusade, no emperor of the marble tomb would ever wake it. The city, the new Rome, the queen of cities, the great, golden, walled fortress of the Bosphorus, was now Istanbul, the capital of the Ottoman Sultan, the seat of the Caliph, the heart of a new, vast, dynamic, alien, Islamic empire, the cross on the dome of the Hagia Sophia, the ancient, golden, glittering, triumphant cross that had been the beacon of the Christian Roman world for a millennium, was taken down, and a crescent, a single, slender, golden crescent, the symbol of the new, conquering, utterly victorious faith, was raised in its place. The last, faint, fading, ghostly echo of the Roman Empire, the echo that had, for 1,000 years, lingered in the liturgies and the laws and the libraries of the Greek, Orthodox, Eastern world, had been silenced, absorbed into the slow, deep, dreaming silence of the Ottoman night. And yet, the ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious ghost of the empire, did not, could not, simply vanish. It drifted westward into the cold, misty, rain-soaked lands of the north, into the courts of the Frankish and the German kings, into the libraries of the monks and the universities of the scholars, into the dreams of the poets and the ambitions of the popes. It was reborn in strange, distorted, half-recognized forms in the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation. That strange, anomalous, profoundly un-Roman political entity that would linger, an undead, ghostly, legalistic fiction until the time of Napoleon. It was resurrected in the cold, vast, distant, snowbound steppes of the north, in the title of the Tsar, the Caesar, the autocrat of all the Russias, the successor of the Basilius, the defender of the Orthodox faith, the third Rome, the last, final, eternal Rome, the Moscow that would, the monks and the mystics, and the holy fools whispered in their dark, candlelit, incense-wreathed cells, never fall, and it was preserved in its most profound, most intimate, most quietly enduring form, in the books, the manuscripts, the fragile, precious vellum scrolls of the ancient Greek, Latin, and Roman literature, the works of Virgil and Cicero, of Plato and Aristotle, the law codes of Justinian, and the history of Tacitus that had been carried by the fleeing refugee, weeping scholars of the fallen city, to the cities of Italy, to Venice and Florence and Rome. The texts that would, in the fullness of time, ignite the great, explosive, world-transforming conflagration of the Renaissance, the rebirth, the slow, painful, joyful remembering of the world that had been lost, the waves of the Bosphorus, the narrow, blue, fast-flowing, eternally busy strait that divides Europe from Asia, lap gently against the sea walls of the ancient city, the same soft, rhythmic, eternal sound, the sound of time itself, wearing away the stone, grain by grain, century by century. The cicadas hum in the olive groves of the Aegean. The same endless, reedy, drowsy song they have sung for 10,000 summers, long before the first, mythical, wolf-suckled king built his hut on the Palatine Hill, long before the first, iron-helmed legionary planted his eagle standard on the banks of the Tiber, long before the first, pale, somber, purple-clad emperor knelt in the dust of the Hippodrome and received on his brow the diadem of the Caesars, the empire that was supposed to be eternal, the city that was supposed to live forever, has fallen not with a crash, but with a long, slow, exhausted sigh, a quiet, gentle, almost imperceptible fading into the twilight of history and the world. The new, modern, Renaissance, post-Roman world turns slowly, quietly, inexorably into the long, bright, sunlit morning of the new age, the age of discovery and science and the nation-state, an age that will, in its own strange, unremembering way, carry the ghost of Rome, the idea of Rome, the dream of Rome, into the deep, dreaming, silent centuries of the future, a future that we, the sleepers of the present, are still quietly, patiently, unknowingly dreaming. The lamp of the ancient world has long since guttered and gone out. But the sleep, the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, has become, in the end, the dream of all the world, a dream from which we are still, quietly, patiently, beginning to wake. The smoke from the last, desperate, dying fires of the siege still hung. A thin, acrid, ghostly pall over the shattered domes and the blackened, corpse-choked streets of the city that had been, for 1100 years, the capital of the Roman Empire, when the news, the terrible, unbelievable, world-shattering news, began its slow, inexorable journey westward, across the Aegean, across the Adriatic, across the cold, misty, rain-swept plains of Lombardy, and the high, snow-choked passes of the Alps, to the courts of the popes and the princes, the merchants and the scholars, the ordinary, bewildered, deeply frightened people of the Latin, Catholic, Western world. The news traveled, as news had always traveled, along the ancient, crumbling Roman roads, the roads that the legions had built 1,000 years before, the roads that had, in the long, slow, dreaming centuries of the medieval night, been the silent, enduring, ghostly arteries of a vanished empire. It was carried by the Venetian galleys, their holds filled with the spices and the silks and the precious, looted relics of the fallen city. Their captains, the hard, pragmatic, deeply calculating men of the serene republic, their faces, beneath their weathered, salt-stained caps, betraying, for a single fleeting moment, a flicker of something that was not, precisely, grief, but a kind of cold, quiet, existential unease, a sense that the great, ancient, immovable landmark of the world, the eastern bulwark of Christendom, had, in a single, terrible, cataclysmic night, been swept away, and that the world, the familiar, ordered, God-given world of the medieval Christian imagination, had shifted subtly, irrevocably, on its axis. It was whispered in the markets of Venice and Genoa and Florence, the merchants and the bankers and the silk weavers pausing, their hands stilling on the bolts of cloth and the leather-bound ledgers, their eyes meeting for a long, silent, pregnant moment across the crowded, bustling squares, a shared, unspoken, deeply troubling question hanging in the air, a question that would, in the fullness of time, reshape the map of the world and the mind of the West. If the new Rome, the city of Constantine, the eternal, God-guarded, virgin-protected bastion of the Christian Roman Empire, could fall, what then was eternal? What then was safe? What then was the meaning of the ancient, sacred, millennial promise that the empire, the universal, God-ordained imperium of Augustus and Justinian, would endure until the end of time? The Pope, the old, sick, deeply troubled Nicholas V, a man of immense, quiet, scholarly piety, a patron of the humanists and the architects and the painters who were, even then, in the sun-drenched, marble-paved piazzas of Florence and Rome, beginning the slow, patient, joyful, earth-shaking labor of the Renaissance, received the news in his study, a room of cold, damp, stone walls, and a single arched, leaded window that looked out over the muddy, brown, sluggish waters of the Tiber, the river that had, for for 2,000 years, been the silent, indifferent witness to the rise and the fall of the city of the Caesars. He read the dispatch, the terse, hurried, ink-blotted letter from the Latin Archbishop of Mytilene, the last, desperate, eyewitness account of the fall. And he wept, the tears, slow, heavy, silent tears, tracing their way down the deep, carved furrows of his aged, ascetic, scholarly cheeks. He wept for the city, the great, golden, holy city of the East, the sister, the rival, the estranged, the deeply beloved, and profoundly resented other half of the Christian soul. He wept for the emperor, the last, brave, tragic Constantine, whose body, lost in the vast, anonymous, blood-soaked heap of the slain, had, in the silence of the aftermath, become the seed of a legend, the sleeping emperor, the marble emperor, the king who would, one day, when the time was right, when the sins of the people had been expiated, return and reclaim his city and restore the ancient, sacred, God-ordained order of the world. And he wept, perhaps in the deepest, most private, most unutterable chamber of his soul, for himself, for his own human, fragile, fleeting mortality, for the slow, creeping, inexorable shadow of the fall that comes in the end, for every city, every empire, every human heart. But the weeping, the quiet, private, grief-stricken weeping of the Pope was not, could not be, the only response of the West. The fall of Constantinople, the sudden, violent, catastrophic extinction of the last, living, breathing remnant of the Roman Empire, sent a shudder, a cold, creeping, existential dread through the entire, complex, fragmented, deeply divided body of Latin Christendom, the princes and the kings, the dukes and the counts, the bishops and the abbots, the men who had, for centuries, been squabbling and warring and plotting against each other. Their petty, local, feudal rivalries a slow, grinding, ceaseless drain on the lifeblood of the continent, looked up for a moment from their endless, intricate, blood-soaked games of power, and they saw, with a sudden, sharp, terrifying clarity, the vast, green, crescent-bannered, seemingly invincible power of the Ottoman Turk, the new, dynamic, utterly alien force that had, in a single generation, extinguished the oldest, most venerable Christian empire in the world. And that was now, its armies massing on the banks of the Danube, its gaze turning, slowly, inexorably, toward the heart of Europe, the crusading spirit, the ancient, holy, deeply tarnished, and profoundly compromised ideal of the armed pilgrimage, the holy war for the liberation of Jerusalem and the defense of the Christian commonwealth, flickered for a moment back to life. The popes, the successors of Peter, the men who had, since the time of Urban II, been the great, persistent, often frustrated, and betrayed advocates of the crusade, preached new expeditions, called for new armies, begged, pleaded, cajoled, thundered from their pulpits and their papal bulls for the kings and the knights of Christendom to unite, put aside their petty, sinful, fratricidal quarrels and to march under the banner of the cross to the salvation of the Christian East. But the age of the Crusades, the age of the great, sweeping, faith-driven, cross-continental military migrations was over. The kings of France and England and Castile, the emperors of the Holy Roman Empire, the dukes of Burgundy, and the republics of Italy were too busy, too distracted, too deeply embroiled in the slow, grinding, inexorable consolidation of their own nascent, territorial, national states. The long, slow, painful, bloody birthing of the modern European political order to spare the men, the money, the ships, the attention for a distant, hopeless, quixotic war against the Turk, the lament for Constantinople, the vast, eloquent, deeply sincere outpouring of grief and horror and pious, impotent rage that poured from the presses of the new, revolutionary, world-transforming technology of the printing press was, in the end, the epitaph of a world, a funeral oration for a Christendom that had, in truth, died centuries before on the blood-soaked, dust-choked plain of the Yarmouk, on the cold, stone floor of the Hagia Sophia during the Latin sack, in the slow, grinding, inexorable estrangement of the Greek East and the Latin West, the last, faint, fading echo of the universal Roman Empire, the single, unified, God-ordained Christian commonwealth that had been the dream of Constantine and Justinian and Charlemagne, had, with the fall of the city, finally, irrevocably, been silenced. But the ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious ghost of the empire, did not, could not, simply vanish. It was, in the very moment of its apparent extinction, being reborn in 1,000 different, subtle, half-remembered, half-misunderstood ways, in the minds and the hearts and the hands of the men and the women of the West. The men and the women who were, even then, in the sun-drenched, marble-paved, frescoed and domed and columned cities of Italy, beginning the slow, patient, joyful, world-transforming labor of the Renaissance, the rebirth, the Rinascimento, the long, slow, painful, ecstatic remembering of the classical Greek Roman world that had been lost, buried, forgotten, beneath the slow, accumulating dust and the silence and the deep, dreaming sleep of the medieval centuries, the fall of Constantinople, the terrible, catastrophic, soul-shattering extinction of the Eastern, Greek, Orthodox Roman Empire, had, in a strange, paradoxical, deeply unintended act of historical grace, released a flood, a torrent, a vast, glittering, priceless diaspora of the ancient, classical, Roman, Greek learning into the hungry, waiting, receptive mind of the West, the Greek scholars, the monks and the priests and the philosophers, the grammarians and the rhetoricians and the copyists, the pale, bearded, deeply learned, profoundly sorrowful men who had, in the last, fading decades of the empire, been the guardians of the ancient, sacred, millennial flame of the Hellenic, Roman, Christian literary tradition, had fled in the years before and after the final, terrible, apocalyptic siege to the cities of Italy, to Venice and Florence and Rome and Naples, carrying with them in their battered, leather-bound trunks and their oilskin-wrapped bundles the fragile, precious, irreplaceable manuscripts, the codices and the scrolls, the works of Plato and Aristotle, of Homer and Sophocles, of Thucydides and Plutarch, the entire, vast, accumulated, surviving corpus of the classical, Greek, pagan, pre-Christian civilization that had been the foundation, the deep, buried, half-forgotten bedrock of the Roman, Christian, medieval world. These scholars, these quiet, gentle, deeply learned, profoundly displaced men, the Chrysoloras and the Bessarion and the Argyropoulos, the men who had, in their youth, walked the ancient, marble-paved streets of the city of Constantine, who had prayed in the vast, candle-lit, incense-wreathed, dome-soaring cavern of the Hagia Sophia, who had studied in the libraries and the monasteries of the imperial capital the ancient, sacred, fading texts of their ancestors, were welcomed with a kind of awed, reverent, hungry, deeply self-interested hospitality into the courts of the Italian princes and the palaces of the popes and the academies of the humanists. They were given chairs, professorships, the leisure, and the resources to teach, to translate, to copy, to comment, to pour out into the eager, receptive, deeply impressionable minds of the young, Latin Western scholars, the entire, vast, glittering, intoxicating treasure of the ancient Greek language and literature, a literature that had, for centuries, been a closed book, a distant, half-mythical, barely accessible memory to the Latin West, the Italian humanists, the brilliant, passionate, deeply ambitious, often deeply vain and quarrelsome men, the Petrarch and the Boccaccio and the Bruni and the Valla, who had, for over a century, been laboring with a kind of feverish, almost religious devotion to recover the lost, forgotten, buried Latin classics, the works of Cicero and Livy and Virgil and Tacitus, the literature and the history and the rhetoric of the ancient, republican, pre-Christian Roman world embraced the Greek scholars, their language, their texts, their ancient, profound, deeply alien philosophical and scientific traditions, with a kind of ecstatic, voracious, world-transforming intellectual hunger, the Platonic Academy of Marsilio Ficino, in the beautiful, sun-drenched, cypress-shaded villa of the Medici at Cergy, outside Florence, translated the entire, vast, complex, deeply mystical corpus of Plato into Latin. For the first time, a labor that would, in the fullness of time, reshape the entire, intricate, deeply contested landscape of the Western philosophical and theological imagination, the printing press, the new, revolutionary, miraculous, devilish, world-transforming technology of movable type, which had been invented in the cold, misty, river-washed cities of the Rhineland only a few years before, began to pour out in a vast, steadily swelling, ever-accelerating flood. The additions and the translations and the commentaries of the ancient Greek and Latin classics, the words of the long-dead, long-forgotten, immortal poets and philosophers and historians, the words that had, for 1,000 years, been the silent, dormant, sleeping seeds of the Western mind, now, suddenly, miraculously, explosively, bursting into a new, strange, profoundly different modern life, the Renaissance, the rebirth, the long, slow, painful, joyful remembering of the ancient, classical Roman world was not, in its deepest, most profound, most enduring essence, a mere revival of the literary and the artistic forms of the past. It was a transformation of the soul, a slow, quiet, inexorable shift in the deepest, most fundamental, most unspoken assumptions of the Western mind, a shift from the medieval, theocentric, God-centered, otherworldly, monastic vision of the human person and the human community to a new, strange, deeply unsettling, profoundly exhilarating vision. A vision that placed man, the human, the individual, the rational, the creative, the glory-seeking, the world-transforming man at the center of the cosmos, the rediscovery of the ancient Roman historians, the Livy and the Tacitus and the Sallust, the men who had, in the last, fading, decadent decades of the Republic, and the first, glorious, blood-soaked dawn of the Empire, chronicled the rise of the Roman people from a small, muddy, provincial village on the banks of the Tiber to the mastery of the entire, known, inhabited world, ignited a new, passionate, deeply political, deeply dangerous interest in the nature and the fate of republics, in the causes of the rise and the fall of empires, in the ancient Roman Stoic, republican virtues of the active, engaged civic life, the life of the citizen soldier, the senator, the magistrate, the man who dedicates his life, his fortune, his sacred honor, to the service of the patria, the fatherland, the res publica, the common good, the Italian city-states, the Florence and the Venice, and the Milan and the Genoa, the small, fiercely independent, endlessly competitive, commercially dynamic, artistically brilliant, politically unstable republics and principalities of the peninsula were not, in any meaningful, historical, legal sense, the direct, legitimate, institutional heirs of the Roman Empire, but they were, in their own strange, distorted, half-remembered way, the inheritors of the Roman urban, civic, republican tradition, the tradition of the forum and the piazza, the senate and the council chamber, the consuls and the doges, the tradition that had, in the long, dark, silent centuries of the medieval night, been kept alive. A quiet, flickering, persistent flame in the communes and the guilds, free cities of the Italian peninsula. The ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious ghost of the empire, was in the hands of the humanists and the artists and the architects of the Renaissance, being reborn not as a political reality, a single, universal, God-ordained imperium, but as an aesthetic, an ideal, a dream, a vast, glittering, marble-clad, columned and domed and frescoed dream of a lost, golden, sunlit age of harmony and proportion and order and beauty and human greatness, a dream that the princes and the popes and the plutocrats of the Renaissance, the Medici and the Sforza and the Montefeltro and the Borgia, were only too eager to appropriate, to commission, to lavish their immense, newly acquired wealth upon, in the form of the palaces and the churches and the libraries and the statues and the paintings that would, in the fullness of time, become the immortal, enduring, infinitely precious monuments of the Western artistic tradition. The dome of the Florence Cathedral, the vast, soaring, awe-inspiring, red-tiled dome of the Santa Maria del Fiore, which the brilliant, taciturn, fiercely inventive goldsmith and architect Filippo Brunelleschi had, in a single, staggering, unprecedented act of engineering genius, raised over the crossing of the ancient, medieval Gothic church, was a deliberate, explicit, triumphant act of emulation, a statement in brick and stone and mortar that the modern Italian Renaissance man could equal, could surpass the greatest, most sublime achievements of the ancient Roman classical world, the dome of the Pantheon, the dome of the Hagia Sophia, the domes that had, for 1,000 years, been the silent, awe-inspiring, seemingly insurmountable monuments of a vanished golden age. The statues of Michelangelo, the David, the Moses, the Pieta, the vast, writhing, muscular, deeply tragic, and deeply sublime figures of the Sistine Chapel ceiling were a dialogue, a fierce, passionate, profoundly personal, profoundly competitive dialogue with the ancient Roman marble sculptures, the Laocoon, the Apollo Belvedere, the torso of the Belvedere, the sculptures that were being, in those same years, excavated from the ruins of the imperial palaces and the baths and the forums of the Eternal City, the sculptures that were, to the artists and the scholars of the Renaissance, the ultimate, unsurpassable, divinely inspired models of human beauty and human expressiveness, the architecture of Palladio, the serene, harmonious, geometrically perfect villas and churches of the Veneto, were a deliberate, scholarly, deeply reverent recreation of the Roman temple forms, the porticos and the pediments and the columns, the Tuscan and the Doric and the Ionic and the Corinthian, the entire intricate, mathematically precise Vitruvian canon of classical architecture, transplanted with a quiet, serene, deeply confident grace into the green, rolling, cypress-studded hills of the modern, Italian, Renaissance countryside, The ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious ghost of the empire, was not, however, confined to the marble and the bronze and the pigment and the vellum of the artists and the scholars of the Renaissance. It was also in the cold, misty, rain-soaked, deeply barbarous, and profoundly un-Roman lands of the north, the lands of the Franks and the Germans and the English and the Scots, the lands that had been, in the centuries of the Roman power, the remote, barely pacified, deeply uncivilized frontier provinces of the empire, being reborn in a new, strange, deeply paradoxical, profoundly influential form, as a political, legal, and religious ideology of immense, enduring, world-transforming power, the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation, the strange, anomalous, deeply un-Roman political entity that had been, according to the famous, scathing, accurate quip of Voltaire, neither holy, nor Roman, nor an empire had, in the centuries, since the coronation of Charlemagne in the old, imperial, pre-Constantinian Basilica of St. Peter's, on that cold, clear, winter's Christmas morning of the year 800, stumbled on through the long, dark, violent, deeply fragmented centuries of the Middle Ages, a ghostly political echo of a vanished world, a title, a claim, an aspiration, rather than a reality. The emperors, the men who were, in theory, the heirs of Augustus and Constantine, the temporal, secular, God-anointed heads of the universal Christian commonwealth, the protectors of the church and the defenders of the faith, were, in practice, the often weak, often contested, often deeply frustrated rulers of a patchwork, a kaleidoscope, a vast, sprawling, endlessly complex, and deeply intractable agglomeration of hundreds of semi-independent principalities, duchies, free cities, bishoprics, and petty feudal lordships, a political map that was, in its bewildering, intricate, endless particularity, the very antithesis of the centralized, bureaucratic, autocratic Roman imperial ideal, and yet the idea, the ancient, sacred, deeply powerful idea of the Roman Empire, the imperium, the universal, God-ordained, peace-bringing, law-giving, civilization-founding rule of the Caesars, persisted, a quiet, persistent, deeply tenacious ghost in the machine of the German, feudal, medieval political order, the emperors, the Habsburgs and the Wittelsbachs and the Luxembourgs, the men who were, by a combination of inheritance, election, and the slow, patient, strategic accumulation of dynastic marriages and territorial acquisitions, chosen by the 7 electors, the ancient, solemn, deeply arcane college of the princes and the archbishops of the empire, to wear the crown of Charlemagne and the diadem of the Augusti, looked with a mixture of genuine, pious, deeply conservative reverence and a cold, hard, calculating political ambition to the ancient Roman imperial tradition as the source of their legitimacy, their authority, their claim to be, in the words of the old, sonorous, liturgical coronation formula, the advocate of the Church, the defender of the Christian people, the supreme judge, the lawgiver, the fountain of honor and justice, the Lord of the world. The Roman law, the vast, intricate, deeply sophisticated, deeply rational corpus of the Justinianic Code, the Digest, the Institutes, the novels, the entire accumulated millennial legal wisdom of the ancient, classical Roman jurists, the Ulpian and the Papinian and the Gaius, had been, in the 12th and the 13th centuries, rediscovered, studied, glossed, commented upon, and adapted by the great, brilliant, deeply learned legal scholars of the University of Bologna, the glossators and the commentators, and had been gradually, slowly, imperceptibly adopted, absorbed, integrated into the legal systems of the German principalities and the Italian city-states and the French and the Spanish kingdoms, a process that the historians would call the reception of Roman law. A quiet, profound, utterly transformative revolution in the legal and the political and the social structures of the West. A revolution that was, in its own, quiet, undramatic, deeply technical way, the single, most enduring, most pervasive, most quietly powerful legacy of the Roman Empire in the modern world. The ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious ghost of the empire, was also, in the 16th and the 17th centuries, the centuries of the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation, and the long, terrible, blood-soaked, soul-shattering wars of religion, being fought over, contested, claimed, appropriated by the warring, deeply divided, mutually excommunicating factions of the fractured, post-medieval, post-universal Christian world, the popes, the successors of Peter, the men who sat on the throne of the old, crumbling, malaria-ridden, once imperial city of Rome, the city that was, in the eyes of the Catholic, Latin, Western faithful, the spiritual, apostolic, Petrine capital of the true, universal church, looked, with a kind of fierce, defiant, deeply embattled, counter-reformationary zeal, to the ancient, Roman, imperial tradition as the model and the justification for their own absolute, universal, infallible spiritual and temporal authority. The popes of the Renaissance and the Baroque, the Julius II and the Leo X and the Sixtus V, the men who commissioned the rebuilding of St. Peter's Basilica, the vast, marble-paved, gold-encrusted, colonnaded, domed, awe-inspiring masterpiece of Bremont and Michelangelo and Bernini, the men who dreamed of restoring, in a new, glorious, triumphant, Catholic Baroque form, the universal Roman imperial order of the ancient world, were, in their own, deeply paradoxical, deeply anachronistic way, the last, truest heirs of the Roman emperors, the last, fading, ghostly embodiments of the ancient, pagan, Roman ideal of the urbs et orbis, the city and the world, the single, unified, law-giving, peace-bringing, civilization-founding center of the known, human, created order. But the ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious ghost of the empire, was not, could not be, the monopoly of the popes and the emperors and the kings. It was also in the quiet, dusty, book-lined studies of the scholars and the philosophers and the political theorists of the North, the men of the Protestant, Reformed, Calvinist, Lutheran, Anglican, dissenting, deeply anti-papal and anti-imperial world, the men who were, in the long, slow, painful, ecstatic, terrifying birthing of the modern, secular, liberal, democratic nation-state, reading their Livy and their Tacitus and their Sallust, their Cicero and their Seneca and their Marcus Aurelius, with new, fresh, deeply critical, deeply political eyes. The ancient Roman Republic, the res publica, the commonwealth of the citizen soldiers and the senators, the consuls and the tribunes, the long, slow, tragic, heroic struggle against the tyranny of the Tarquins and the ambition of the Caesars, was being rediscovered, reinterpreted, reclaimed as the model, the inspiration, the cautionary tale, the foundational myth of the new, modern, republican, anti-monarchical, anti-absolutist political movements that were, in the cold, misty, rain-soaked cities of the Dutch Republic and the English Commonwealth and the American colonies, beginning to stir, to coalesce, to dream the impossible, ancient, deeply Roman dream of a free, self-governing, civic virtue-sustaining republic, the thinkers of the Enlightenment, the brilliant, witty, deeply skeptical, profoundly subversive men and women of the Parisian salons and the Scottish universities and the London coffee houses, the Voltaire and the Montesquieu and the Hume and the Gibbon, the philosophers and the historians and the political economists who were, in the 18th century, the century of the great, quiet, slow-burning fuse of the modern, democratic, secular, scientific, liberal revolution, systematically, methodically, relentlessly dismantling the entire ancient, medieval, Christian, monarchical, feudal, aristocratic, supernatural worldview, looked to the history of the Roman Empire as the great, tragic, endlessly fascinating, endlessly instructive case study, the laboratory of the human, political, social condition. Edward Gibbon, the fat, gout-ridden, deeply ironic, profoundly learned, deeply melancholy English squire, sitting in his quiet, book-lined study in Lausanne, overlooking the blue, serene, lake-dotted, mountain-ringed landscape of the Swiss Alps, spending the long, slow, quiet decades of his life composing the history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, the vast, majestic, elegantly written, deeply pessimistic, profoundly influential masterwork that would, for 2 centuries, define the way the West understood the fall of Rome, was, in his own quiet, ironic, deeply melancholy way, the last, greatest, most eloquent of the Roman historians, the heir of Tacitus and Ammianus Marcellinus, the chronicler of the long, slow, inexorable, tragic dissolution of the greatest, most magnificent, most terrifying political edifice the world had ever known. For Gibbon, the fall of Rome was not a single, dramatic, cataclysmic event, but a slow, quiet, internal decay, a decline of civic virtue, a corruption of the public morals, a sapping of the martial spirit, a creeping, insidious, Oriental, Persian, Christian, monastic, otherworldly despotism, a long, slow, dreaming sleep of the civic, republican, manly, liberty-loving soul of the ancient world, a sleep from which, he feared, with a deep, quiet, profoundly unspoken Enlightenment anxiety, the modern, European, commercial, mildly despotic, mildly Christian, mildly enlightened world of the 18th century might never fully wake. The ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious ghost of the empire, was, in the age of the great, Atlantic, democratic, anti-monarchical revolutions, the American and the French and the Haitian and the Latin American, being invoked with a fierce, passionate, often bloody, often deeply misguided, revolutionary fervor, as the model, the inspiration, the legitimating ancestor of the new, modern, republican, democratic, liberty-proclaiming, rights-asserting, people-sovereign political order, the founders of the American Republic, the brilliant, well-educated, deeply classically literate men who gathered in the hot, stuffy, fly-infested, deeply contentious halls of the Philadelphia Convention, the Washington and the Madison and the Hamilton and the Adams were steeped from their earliest schoolboy days in the literature and the history and the political theory of the ancient Roman Republic, the Livy and the Cicero and the Polybius, the stories of the great, heroic, self-sacrificing, liberty-defending, tyrant-slaying Roman citizen soldiers, the Cincinnatus who returned to his plow, the Brutus who condemned his own sons to death for conspiring to restore the monarchy, the Cato who preferred death to submission to the tyranny of Caesar. They designed their new, experimental, deeply fragile, deeply unprecedented federal republic, with its Senate and its House of Representatives, its consular presidency and its Supreme Court, its checks and its balances, its separation of powers, its intricate, elaborate, deeply Roman-inspired system of the mixed constitution, the balanced, harmonious, self-regulating equilibrium of the monarchy, the aristocracy, and the democracy. The same constitution that Polybius had in the 2nd century before the birth of Christ, praised as the secret, the key, the explanation of the rise of the Roman Republic to the mastery of the entire known, inhabited world. They built their new capital city, the city of Washington, on the banks of the Potomac River, a city of grand, sweeping, axial, processional avenues, and vast, marble-paved, columned, domed, temple-like public buildings. A city that was, in its very conception, a deliberate, explicit, deeply ambitious act of architectural and political emulation. A statement, in brick and stone and marble, that the new American Republican Empire of Liberty was the true, legitimate, God-ordained heir of the ancient Roman Republican tradition, the French Revolution, the great, cataclysmic, world-shattering eruption of the Parisian, urban, popular, sans-culotte fury, the terror, the guillotine, the mass executions, the abolition of the monarchy, the proclamation of the Republic, the dechristianization, the cult of the Supreme Being, the entire, vast, bewildering, deeply terrifying, deeply exhilarating, vertiginous carnival of the revolutionary decade was, from its very first, idealistic, optimistic, heady days, saturated, drenched, suffused with the imagery, the rhetoric, the symbols, the myths, the ghosts of the ancient Roman Republican world, the revolutionaries, the orators and the pamphleteers and the politicians, the Murray-Bow and the Danton and the Robespierre, the men who were, in their own fervent, deeply self-dramatizing imaginations, the new Gracchi, the new Brutuses, the new Catos, the new, pure, virtuous, liberty-loving, tyrant-hating, self-sacrificing heroes of the ancient Roman Republic spoke constantly, obsessively, of the patrie, the fatherland, the res publica, the common good, the civic virtue, the terror of the enemies of liberty. They renamed the months of the year, the days of the week, the very fabric of the calendar, after the seasons and the natural elements. A deliberate, deeply radical, profoundly anti-Christian, neo-pagan, Roman Republican gesture of the total, absolute, revolutionary rupture with the old, corrupted, priest-ridden, monarchical, feudal past. They wore on their heads the Phrygian cap, the red, soft, conical cap of the ancient, manumitted Roman slave, the pileus, the symbol of the new, revolutionary, universal human liberation, and they crowned with the laurel wreath, the ancient, Roman, triumphal, imperial, sacred symbol of the victor, the hero, the emperor, the man who had, by his own, personal, extraordinary virtue and talent and fortune, risen above the common, ordinary Republican herd, the man who would, in the fullness of time, the ancient Roman Republican playbook, having once again, tragically, bloodily, fulfilled its own internal, inexorable, tragic logic, the Gracchi to Caesar, the Republic to Empire, the liberty to despotism logic, emerge from the chaos and the carnage and the exhaustion of the revolution as the master, the emperor, the Augustus, the Napoleon Bonaparte, the small, pale, thin-lipped, fiercely intelligent, deeply ambitious, utterly ruthless, wildly talented Corsican artillery officer who rose, in the space of a few dizzying, cataclysmic years, from the obscurity of a provincial, minor noble family in the wild, mountainous, deeply un-French, deeply un-Roman island of Corsica, to the absolute, total, personal mastery of the entire, vast, sprawling, war-torn, revolutionary, post-revolutionary French state, and the terrorized, trembling, deeply fascinated, and deeply horrified courts of the entire European continent, was, in his own, deeply self-conscious, deeply theatrical, deeply anachronistic way, the last, greatest, most spectacularly successful of the Roman emperors, the final, magnificent, terrifying, utterly improbable, utterly doomed flowering of the ghost of Rome in the modern world. He understood, with a cold, clear, intensely pragmatic, intensely theatrical, operatic, instinctive, preternatural genius, the immense, lingering, deeply powerful, deeply seductive, legitimating, awe-inspiring power of the Roman imperial symbolism, the eagles and the standards, the arches and the columns, the laurel wreaths and the purple, imperial porphyrogenitos, blood-borne robes, the entire, vast, glittering, deeply nostalgic, deeply authoritarian apparatus of the ancient, Roman, Caesarian, pagan, pre-Christian, world-conquering, law-giving, order-imposing, civilization-founding, imperial cult. He crowned himself in the vast, echoing, stone-vaulted, candle-lit, deeply cold, and deeply drafty cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris. The ancient, Gothic, medieval heart of the French, Catholic, monarchical tradition, not as the humbled, kneeling, anointed servant of the Pope, the successor of Peter, the representative of God on earth, but as the self-made, self-anointed, self-legitimating, Roman-style, military despotic, godlike emperor of the French, the Charlemagne, the Augustus, the Constantine of the new, modern, secular, nationalist, post-revolutionary age. He built his own vast, monumental, triumphal arches, his Arc de Triomphe du Carrousel, and his Arc de Triomphe de l'Aigle, the deliberate, explicit, deeply competitive emulations of the arches of Titus, and Septimius, Severus, and Constantine, the ancient Roman monuments of the apotheosis of the conqueror, the god-emperor, the man who had, by his own personal, superhuman, destiny-driven virtues, brought the world to its knees. He scattered his eagles, his new Roman-inspired imperial legions, across the entire face of Europe, from the sun-scorched, dusty plains of Andalusia to the frozen, windswept, snow-choked forests of Poland and Russia. A vast, sprawling, deeply unstable, deeply ephemeral, purely military bureaucratic, Enlightenment rationalist, neo-Roman imperial order. A dream, a phantom, a ghost of the ancient, universal, Mediterranean-spanning, millennium-enduring imperium of the Caesars. A ghost that would, in the space of a single, terrible, catastrophic Russian winter, retreat from Moscow decade dissolve, like the morning mist over the Seine, into the cold, gray, unforgiving reality of the modern nation-state, balance of power, post-heroic, post-imperial, post-Roman world, the long, slow, final, terminal, agonizing dissolution of the Holy Roman Empire, the strange, anomalous, deeply un-Roman political entity that had been, for 1,000 years, the ghostly, political, legal, institutional, titular echo of the vanished, ancient, universal imperium, came in the summer of 1806 at the hands, the cold, hard, pragmatic, deeply contemptuous hands of Napoleon, the very man who was, in his own, deeply paradoxical, deeply theatrical, deeply anachronistic way, the last, greatest, most spectacularly successful of the Roman emperors, the emperor of the French, the self-made, self-anointed, self-legitimating, military despotic, neo-Roman, Enlightenment rationalist, modern nationalist, revolutionary Caesar, looked at the old, crumbling, powerless, deeply ridiculous, neither holy nor Roman, nor an empire political ghost of the German, medieval, feudal, Christian, universalist past, and he declared, with a cold, quiet, deeply dismissive stroke of his pen, that the Holy Roman Empire, the empire of Charlemagne and Otto and Frederick Barbarossa, the empire that had, in its own strange, distorted, half-remembered way, kept the dream of Rome alive through the long, dark, silent centuries of the medieval night, had ceased to exist. The last, tired, deeply irrelevant, deeply impotent Holy Roman Emperor, Francis II of the House of Habsburg, a man who had, for most of his reign, been the mere, titular, ceremonial figurehead of a vast, sprawling, deeply fragmented, deeply ungovernable agglomeration of German principalities. Quietly, resignedly, without a fight, without a whimper, laid down the ancient, sacred, millennial crown of Charlemagne and the diadem of the Augusti, and he declared himself, instead, the hereditary Emperor of Austria, a new, modern, national, territorial, dynastic, deeply un-Roman imperial title, a title that would, in the fullness of time, fade, like the morning mist over the Danube, into the cold, gray, unforgiving reality of the modern, post-imperial, post-Roman, nation-state, democratic, industrial, technological, scientific, deeply unmythological, deeply unheroic, deeply un-Roman world of the 19th and the 20th centuries. And yet, the ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious ghost of the empire, did not, could not, simply vanish. It persisted, a quiet, persistent, deeply tenacious, half-remembered, half-misunderstood, deeply seductive, deeply dangerous dream in the minds and the hearts and the institutions of the West, the dream of the Pax Romana, the universal peace, the single, unified, law-giving, civilization-founding, peace-bringing, world governing order of the Caesars, the British Empire, the vast, sprawling, globe-spanning, deeply strange, deeply paradoxical, deeply un-Roman maritime, commercial, industrial, parliamentary, liberal, Protestant, deeply modern, deeply post-Enlightenment empire of the 19th century, the empire on which the sun never set, the empire that ruled, in one form or another, over a quarter of the landmass and the population of the entire, teeming, crowded, deeply divided, deeply diverse, deeply ungovernable planet, looked with a mixture of genuine, patriotic, self-congratulatory pride and a deep, quiet, profoundly unspoken Gibbonian anxiety to the history of the Roman Empire as the great, tragic, cautionary tale, the mirror, the warning, the model, the precedent, the ghost of the imperial past that haunted the imperial present, the British administrators and the colonial governors, the men who were, in the dusty, sun-scorched, deeply alien, deeply resistant provinces of the Indian subcontinent and the African interior, attempting to impose, with a mixture of the Gatling gun and the King James Bible and the English common law and the Roman-derived, Stoic-inflected, public school, classical education, a kind of order, a kind of peace, a kind of civilization, a kind of Pax Britannica, were in their own deeply paradoxical, deeply unspoken, deeply self-deceptive way, the last, fading, ghostly heirs of the Roman proconsuls, the men who had, in the distant, misty, half-remembered provinces of Gaul and Britain and Africa and Asia, imposed the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, the peace of the legions and the law and the roads and the aqueducts, the peace that was, in the end, a slow, quiet, inexorable, deeply ambiguous, deeply contested, deeply violent, deeply transformative, deeply unforgettable dream of a vanished, golden, sunlit age of order and civilization, the great, terrible, apocalyptic, industrial, total world wars of the 20th century, the wars of the mud and the trenches and the barbed wire and the machine gun and the gas and the tank and the bomber and the atomic bomb, the wars that shattered forever the old, comfortable 19th century, Belle Epoque, imperial, aristocratic, bourgeois, liberal, Christian, European, Roman-descended, civilization-assuming world order, were in their own dark, terrible, deeply paradoxical way, the final, terminal, convulsive death agony of the ghost of Rome, the last, terrible, blood-soaked, mass suicidal attempt of the European, post-Roman, nation-state, imperial rivalry system to resolve by the sword, the ancient, insoluble, deeply Roman question of the universal, imperial, peace-bringing, world-dominating order, the fascist, Nazi, totalitarian, deeply pagan, deeply pseudo-classical, deeply racist, deeply anti-Christian, deeply modern, deeply un-Roman regimes of Mussolini and Hitler, the regimes that built their own grandiose, bombastic, deeply ersatz, deeply kitsch, marble-clad, columned, processional avenued, Roman-inspired architectural monstrosities, the EUR district of Rome, and the vast, megalomaniacal, unbuilt, Albert Speer-designed Germania of Berlin. The regimes that revived, with a terrifying, modern, industrial, technological, bureaucratic, genocidal efficiency, the ancient Roman imperial symbols, the eagles and the standards, the fasces and the salutes, the legions and the triumphs, were the last, most terrible, most utterly catastrophic, most profoundly tragic, most self-evidently damned, and deluded of the long, slow, dreaming, ghostly line of the Roman imperial pretenders. Their attempt, the final, terrible, blood-soaked, genocidal, suicidal attempt of the modern, European, nation-state, post-Enlightenment, post-Christian, deeply un-Roman world to resurrect by the sheer, brute, industrial, technological, bureaucratic, terroristic force of the totalitarian state, the ghost of the Roman Empire, the universal, absolute, world-dominating, civilization-destroying power of the Caesars, was, in the end, the final, definitive, irrevocable proof that the sleep, the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, was, in truth, a sleep from which the world could never, should never, fully wake. The ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious ghost of the empire, drifts, now in the quiet, cool, blue, endless, cyberspace glow of the 21st century, globalized, digitized, deeply interconnected, deeply fragmented, deeply anxious, deeply uncertain, deeply postmodern, post-imperial, post-heroic, post-historical world. A quiet, persistent, deeply tenacious, half-remembered, half-misunderstood, deeply seductive, deeply dangerous, deeply melancholy, deeply beautiful dream. It drifts through the marble-paved, columned, domed, echoing, empty halls of the parliaments, and the congresses, and the senates, and the supreme courts of the modern, democratic, liberal, constitutional, deeply Roman-derived, deeply Roman-haunted, deeply un-Roman political order. The order that is built, in its deepest, most fundamental, most unspoken, most unacknowledged foundations, upon the ancient, Roman, Stoic, Christian Enlightenment, human rights, rule of law, due process, checks and balances, civic virtue, common good, res publica, republic, commonwealth, empire of liberty, dream of the just, the free, the ordered, the peaceful, the eternal city. It drifts through the languages, the Latin, the Italian, the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese, the Romanian, the English, the tongues that are, in their very grammar, their syntax, their vocabulary, their deep, buried, half-forgotten etymological roots, the living, breathing, endlessly evolving, endlessly creative, endlessly proliferating, endlessly diverse, endlessly united, ghostly, linguistic, cultural, spiritual echo of the language of Cicero and Virgil, of Augustus and Marcus Aurelius, of the senators and the poets and the soldiers and the slaves, the language that was, for 1,000 years, the lingua franca, the common tongue, the universal medium of the law and the church and the scholarship and the administration, the language of the Western, Roman, Christian, civilized world. It drifts through the cities, the London and the Paris and the Vienna and the Madrid, the Cologne and the Trier and the York and the Bath, the cities that were, in their origins, the Roman castra, the legionary fortresses, the provincial capitals, the urban, civic, Roman grid plan, the forum and the basilica, and the amphitheater, and the baths and the aqueducts, the deep, buried, half-forgotten, archaeologically excavated, stone and mortar, ghostly, material, infrastructural skeleton of the modern, European, urban, metropolitan, world city landscape, the waves of the Mediterranean, the great, blue, shimmering, wine-dark, eternally beautiful, eternally indifferent, eternally life-giving and death-dealing sea that was the center, the heart, the connecting, unifying lifeblood artery of the Roman world. Lap gently, rhythmically, endlessly against the rocky shores of Italy. The same soft, rhythmic, eternal sound, the sound of time itself, wearing away the stone, grain by grain, century by century, millennium by millennium. The cicadas hum in the olive groves of Campania. The same endless, reedy, drowsy song they have sung for 10,000 summers, long before the first, mythical, wolf-suckled king built his hut on the Palatine Hill, long before the first, iron-helmed legionary planted his eagle standard on the banks of the Tiber, long before the first, pale, somber, purple-clad emperor knelt in the dust of the Hippodrome and received on his brow the diadem of the Caesars, the empire that was supposed to be eternal, the city that was supposed to live forever, has fallen, not with a crash, but with a long, slow, exhausted, sighing, dreaming, fading into the twilight, the silence, the deep, still, dreaming sleep of history, and the world, the new, modern, digital, globalized, deeply interconnected, deeply fragmented, deeply anxious, deeply uncertain, deeply hopeful, deeply despairing, deeply human, deeply un-Roman, deeply Roman-haunted world of the 21st century turns, slowly, quietly, inexorably, into the long, bright, sunlit, terrifying, beautiful, unknowable morning of the new, the future, the age that is still, quietly, patiently, unknowingly, being dreamed by the sleepers of the past. The lamp of the ancient world has long since guttered and gone out. But the sleep, the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the deep, buried, half-forgotten, endlessly creative, endlessly destructive, endlessly persistent, endlessly tenacious, endlessly beautiful, endlessly terrifying, endlessly mysterious, endlessly human ghost of the eternal city, the eternal empire, the eternal dream of the universal, the ordered, the peaceful, the just, the free, the good, the true, the beautiful, the holy, the eternal, the impossible, the never to be forgotten, the never to be repeated, the never to be woken from, the long, slow, dreaming, sleeping, ghostly, Roman, imperial, human, all too human dream of the past, the present, the future, the forever. The sleep continues, the dream deepens, the ghost drifts, the waves lap, the cicadas hum, the silence falls, and the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul, endures, quiet, persistent, tenacious, eternal, a dream from which we are still, quietly, patiently, beginning to wake. And so the dream continues, drifting as it has always drifted, through the silent, empty halls of the 21st century, through the vast, humming, fluorescent-lit server farms, and the cold, sterile, glass and steel canyons of the global cities, through the flickering, pixelated, endlessly scrolling screens of the smartphones and the laptops and the tablets, the devices that have, in the space of a single, bewildering, utterly transformative generation, become the new, universal connective tissue of the human, global, post-Roman, post-imperial, postmodern consciousness, the ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious, half remembered, half misunderstood, deeply seductive, deeply dangerous, deeply melancholy, deeply beautiful ghost of the empire that was supposed to be eternal, the city that was supposed to live forever, has not been exorcised by the passage of the centuries, has not been laid to rest by the slow, patient, inexorable accumulation of the dust and the silence and the forgetting. It has instead been absorbed, assimilated, woven, with a quiet, patient, imperceptible spider silk delicacy, into the very fabric of the modern, Western, global, digital, secular, scientific, democratic, capitalist, deeply un-Roman, deeply Roman-haunted world. The young man, a law student in a cold, damp, stone-vaulted library in the ancient, medieval, cobblestoned heart of Bologna, the city of the glossators and the commentators, the city where the Roman law, the vast, intricate, deeply rational, deeply sophisticated, millennial legal wisdom of the Justinianic corpus, was first, in the 12th century, rediscovered and studied and taught, bends his head over a heavy, leather-bound, yellow-paged volume of the digest, the ancient, Latin, Roman juristritten, 6th century compilation of the legal opinions of the great, long dead, immortal Roman lawyers, the Ulpian and the Papinian and the Gaius, the men who had, in the quiet, sun-drenched, marble-paved courtyards of the law schools of Rome and Beirut and Constantinople, debated the nature of justice, the rights of the citizen, the limits of the power of the state, the eternal, unchanging, universal principles of the ius gentium the law of the nations, the law that was, in the Roman, Stoic, cosmopolitan, world-embracing vision, the common, rational, God-given, natural law that governed the entire, teeming, diverse, endlessly fractious human family. The words, the ancient, precise, carefully nuanced, deeply logical Latin words, the quad principi placuit leges habet vigorum, and the iuris precepta sunt hic, honest viver, alterum non litier, suum cuique tribura. The what pleases the prince has the force of law, and that the precepts of the law are these: to live honestly, to injure no one, to give each his due, are not, to the young man, the dusty, dead, irrelevant relics of a vanished, alien, slave-holding, emperor-worshipping civilization. They are, rather, the living, breathing, deeply practical, deeply powerful, world-shaping intellectual tools of his own, modern, civil law, continental European legal tradition, the tradition that will, in the fullness of time, govern the lives of hundreds of millions of people, from the sun-scorched pampas of Argentina to the cold, misty, forested shores of the Baltic, the tradition that is, in its deepest, most fundamental, most unacknowledged essence, the direct, unbroken, living, evolving, ghostly continuation of the legal and the political and the philosophical genius of ancient Rome. The young woman, a diplomat in a sleek, black, bulletproof limousine, gliding silently through the broad, tree-lined, monument-flanked avenues of Washington, the city of the Capitol, and the White House and the Lincoln Memorial, the city that was designed by the French architect Pierre L'Enfant in the late 18th century on a grand, sweeping, processional Roman imperial Baroque Enlightenment classical plan, the city that was intended by its founders, the Washington and the Jefferson and the Madison, the men who were steeped from their earliest schoolboy days in the Latin and the Greek and the ancient Roman, Republican, Stoic, Cato and Brutus and Cincinnatus literary and historical and political tradition, to be the new Rome, the capital of the new American Republican Empire of Liberty, the city on the hill, the beacon of freedom and self-government, and the rule of law to the entire, watching, waiting, skeptical, hopeful, despairing world. She looks out of the tinted, rain-streaked window at the vast, white, columned, pedimented, dome-crowned edifice of the Capitol. The building that is, in its very architecture, a deliberate, explicit, deeply self-conscious act of emulation, a statement in marble and brick and mortar that the American democratic, constitutional, federal republic is the true, legitimate, God-ordained, historical, moral, political heir of the ancient, Roman, Republican, Senatand people of Rome tradition, the tradition of the mixed constitution, the checks and balances, the separation of powers, the rule of law, the civic virtue, the deep, abiding, fundamental distrust of the tyranny of the one and the mob of the many. She is, in a few minutes, to sit in a wood-paneled, chandelier-lit, deeply formal conference room and negotiate with her counterparts from the other great, global, post-imperial, nuclear-armed, trade war waging, climate change denying, deeply interconnected, and deeply suspicious powers. A clause, a subparagraph, a delicate, intricate, painstakingly worded compromise in a new, international, multilateral treaty on the regulation of the digital economy. The vast, invisible, world-spanning, wealth-generating, power-concentrating, deeply unregulated, deeply Roman exploitation and opportunity mirroring frontier of the 21st century. She is, in her own, deeply professional, deeply secular, deeply unmythological, deeply unheroic way, a Roman proconsul, a Roman praetor, a Roman legate, a servant of the Republic, an agent of the Imperium, a wielder of the ancient, Roman, legal, diplomatic, administrative, military, economic, cultural, soft and hard power that has, for 2,000 years, been the quiet, persistent, deeply tenacious, deeply ambiguous, deeply contested, deeply transformative, deeply unforgettable ghost of the Roman peace. The tourist, an elderly man from a small, quiet, rain-soaked town in the northern, industrial, post-Roman, post-imperial, post-industrial, Brexit-haunted, deeply anxious and deeply nostalgic province of Britannia, the island that was, for over 3 centuries, the remote, misty, barely pacified, deeply uncivilized, Latin-speaking, toga-wearing, aqueduct-building, theater-going, Christian martyring, Arthurian legend-generating, Roman-British frontier province of the empire, stands on a hot, dusty, sun-scorched, cicada-humming July afternoon in the vast, silent, roofless, grass-grown, column-flanked, ghost-haunted ruin of the Forum Romanum, the ancient, sacred, political, religious, commercial, ceremonial heart of the eternal city, the city that was, for 1,000 years, the center of the known, inhabited, civilized, human world. He looks, his eyes behind his thick, owlish prescription spectacles, wide and moist with a kind of quiet, overwhelming, unutterable, deeply personal emotion at the broken, marble columns of the Temple of Saturn, the ancient treasury of the Republic and the Empire, the god of the Golden Age, the time of the primordial, lost, innocent, prelapsarian peace and plenty and justice, the dream that the Romans themselves had dreamed in the long, slow, decadent, declining centuries of their own imperial twilight, the dream of the return to the simple, virtuous, hardworking, civic-minded farmer-soldier, Cincinnatus at the plow, pre-imperial, pre-decadent, pre-fall, golden, Saturnian, Roman age. He looks at the arch of Septimius Severus, the towering, marble-paneled, deeply weathered, deeply soot-blackened, triumphal arch that was erected in the early 3rd century by the tough, brilliant, deeply ruthless, deeply un-Roman, African-born equestrian class military despotic, Beric's emperor who had, in the chaos and the blood and the smoke of the year of the 5 emperors, seized the purple, defeated his rivals, dissolved the Praetorian Guard, and advised his sons on his deathbed in the cold, misty, far northern British frontier city of Eboracum to enrich the soldiers and scorn all other men, the advice that was, in its own, cold, quiet, brutally honest, deeply unrepublican, deeply un-Augustan, deeply un-Marcus Aurelian way, the epitaph, the epitome, the distilled, cynical, Machiavellian, barracks room, realpolitik wisdom of the long, slow, inexorable, military despotic, 3rd century crisis of the Roman Empire, the old man, the tourist from Britannia, who is not, in any meaningful, professional, academic sense, a historian who is simply, in the quiet, private, deeply personal, deeply human way of the ordinary, curious, soul-searching traveler, a man who has come, in the late afternoon of his own, quiet, unremarkable, deeply lived life, to stand for a single, fleeting, eternal moment in the presence of the ancient, the sacred, the eternal, the ruined, the ghostly, the sleeping, the dreaming, the never to be forgotten, the never to be repeated, the forever lost, the forever present, the forever human, the forever Roman heart of the world, feels, rising up from the warm, dusty, sun-baked, ancient, sacred stones beneath his feet, a strange, quiet, deeply comforting, deeply melancholy, deeply unsettling, deeply mysterious, deeply unshakable sense of connection, of continuity, of the deep, slow, dreaming, persistent, tenacious, ghostly, unbroken thread of the human, Western, Roman, post-Roman, never fully post-Roman story. The story that he is, in his own, quiet, ordinary, deeply human way, a part of, a character in, a dreamer of, a ghost of, the ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious, half remembered, half misunderstood, deeply seductive, deeply dangerous, deeply melancholy, deeply beautiful ghost of the empire is not, however, confined to the marble and the bronze and the parchment and the law and the architecture and the politics and the imagination of the Western, Latin, Christian, post-Roman world. It drifts with a quiet, patient, inexorable, ghostly, universal, human, all too human logic into the very fabric of the modern, global, digital, secular, deeply interconnected, deeply fragmented, deeply anxious, deeply hopeful, deeply despairing, deeply longing, deeply forgetful, deeply remembering human soul, the dream of Rome, the dream of the Pax Romana, the universal peace, the single, unified, law-giving, order-imposing, civilization-founding, world-governing authority, the dream that was, in the ancient, pagan, Roman, Stoic, imperial imagination, the gift of the gods to the weary, war-torn, endlessly fractious human race, the dream that was, in the Christian, medieval, Byzantine, Holy Roman, Papal, Crusader, Enlightenment, Napoleonic, British, American, United Nations, Global Governance, Liberal International Order, Post-Cold War, Post-9/11, Post-Financial Crisis, Post-Pandemic Imagination, the ever-receding, ever-alluring, ever-dangerous, ever-impossible, ever-necessary dream of the universal, the ordered, the peaceful, the just, the free, the good, the true, the beautiful, the holy, the eternal, the impossible, the never to be realized, the never to be abandoned, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly dream of the empire, the United Nations Security Council, the great, horseshoe-shaped, wood-paneled, flag-draped, deeply formal, deeply ritualized, deeply powerless, deeply necessary chamber in the vast, glass and steel, modernist, internationalist, post-war, post-Holocaust, post-atomic bomb, post-Roman ghost-haunted headquarters on the East River in New York, the city that was, in the 17th century, the small, muddy Dutch, fur-trading, deeply commercial, deeply un-Roman, deeply un-imperial, deeply future global capital of the world's settlement of New Amsterdam, convenes in a late-night emergency crisis session to debate, to deliberate, to posture, to veto, to fail to act upon the latest, terrible, bloody, seemingly intractable, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly war, the war that is, in its own dark, terrible, deeply paradoxical way, a war of the ghosts of the Roman Empire, a war of the legacies of the Caesars, and the popes, and the crusaders, and the colonial administrators, a war of the competing, bloody, irreconcilable, deeply human, deeply un-Roman, deeply Roman-haunted dreams of the nation, the state, the faith, the empire, the order, the justice, the peace, the freedom, the never to be achieved, the never to be abandoned, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly dream, the ambassadors, the men and the women in the dark, impeccably tailored suits, and the colorful, traditional, deeply symbolic, deeply un-Roman national dress, sit, their faces composed, their voices calm, their words the careful, diplomatic, deeply coded, deeply un-Ciceronian, deeply un-Roman forensic, deeply unghostly language of the modern, international, bureaucratic, legalistic, deeply unheroic, deeply untragic, deeply unimperial, deeply unghostly, deeply human, deeply Roman-haunted order, and they debate, and they deliberate, and they posture, and they veto, and they fail to act, and the war, the terrible, bloody, seemingly intractable war, grinds on in the dust, and the rubble, and the screaming, blood-soaked horror of the distant, ancient, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly province of the modern world, and the ghost of the Roman Empire, the ghost of the Pax Romana, the ghost of the universal peace, looks on with a quiet, patient, deeply melancholy, deeply knowing, deeply unsurprised, deeply eternal gaze. The sleep, the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul, is not, in the end, a sleep of forgetting. It is a sleep of remembering, a deep, slow, dreaming, processing, integrating, transforming, ghost weaving, meaning making, soul shaping, civilization building, civilization destroying, civilization haunting sleep of the deep, the ancient, the eternal, the never to be resolved, the never to be completed, the never to be woken from, the long, slow, dreaming, sleeping, ghostly, Roman, imperial, human, all too human dream. The computers hum in the silent, fluorescent lit, server farm catacombs of the digital age. The data, the endless, invisible, world spanning, wealth generating, power concentrating, pattern recognizing, memory preserving, memory erasing, dream weaving, dream destroying, ghost generating, ghost obliterating data of the entire, accumulated, recorded, digitized, searchable, forgettable, unforgettable, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly past, flowing, with a quiet, silent, pulsing, electric, cybernetic, ghostly, Roman aqueduct, Roman road, Roman law, Roman language, Roman dream logic, through the fiber optic cables and the wireless signals and the satellite relays, the new, invisible, world-spanning, empire-defining infrastructure of the 21st century, post-Roman, deeply Roman-haunted global consciousness, the deep, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul, is not a sleep from which we should ever, perhaps, entirely wake. For the waking, the full, bright, harsh, unforgiving, cold, clear, rational, secular, scientific, post-Roman, post-imperial, post-heroic, post-mythological, post-ghostly waking would be a waking into a world without the dream of the universal, the ordered, the peaceful, the just, the free, the good, the true, the beautiful, the holy, the eternal, the impossible, the never to be abandoned, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly dream. And so we sleep, and so we dream, and so the ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious, half remembered, half misunderstood, deeply seductive, deeply dangerous, deeply melancholy, deeply beautiful ghost of the empire drifts, quiet and patient and eternal, through the silent, empty, marble-paved, columned, domed, frescoed, cyberspace glowing halls of the 21st century, post-Roman, deeply Roman-haunted, deeply human, deeply ghostly world, and the waves of the Mediterranean, the great, blue, shimmering, wine-dark, eternally beautiful, eternally indifferent, eternally life-giving and death-dealing sea, lap gently, rhythmically, endlessly, against the rocky shores of Italy, the same soft, rhythmic, eternal sound, the sound of time itself, wearing away the stone, grain by grain, century by century, millennium by millennium, and the cicadas hum in the olive groves of Campania, the same endless, reedy, drowsy song they have sung for 10,000 summers, long before the first mythical, wolf-suckled king built his hut on the Palatine Hill, long before the first iron-helmed legionary planted his eagle standard on the banks of the Tiber, long before the first pale, somber, purple-clad emperor knelt in the dust of the Hippodrome and received on his brow the diadem of the Caesars. The lamp of the ancient world has long since guttered and gone out, but the sleep, the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul, endures, quiet, persistent, tenacious, eternal, a dream from which we are still, quietly, patiently, beginning to wake, and from which, perhaps, we shall never fully, entirely, completely wake, for the ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious ghost of the empire, is, in the end, the ghost of our own human, all too human, longing for the eternal, the universal, the ordered, the peaceful, the just, the free, the good, the true, the beautiful, the holy, the impossible, the never to be realized, the never to be abandoned, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly dream of the city that was supposed to live forever, the empire that was supposed to be eternal, the peace that was supposed to be universal, the order that was supposed to be unshakable, the dream that was supposed to be true, the dream that is, in the end, the long, slow, dreaming, sleeping, ghostly, Roman, imperial, human, all too human, deeply beautiful, deeply terrifying, deeply mysterious, deeply unending dream of the past, the present, the future, the forever. The sleep continues, the dream deepens, the ghost drifts, the waves lap, the cicadas hum, the silence falls, and the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul, endures, quiet, persistent, tenacious, eternal, a dream from which we are still, quietly, patiently, beginning to wake, and from which, perhaps, we shall never fully, entirely, completely wake. The dream drifts, as it has always drifted, through the silent, humming, fluorescent-lit corridors of the 21st century, through the vast, invisible, all-encompassing, data-saturated, algorithm-governed, attention economy, social media, streaming platform, 24-hour news cycle, crisis after crisis, post-truth, post-trust, post-consensus, post-shame, post-hope, deeply anxious, deeply exhausted, deeply nostalgic, deeply Roman-haunted consciousness of the modern, global, digital, secular, democratic, capitalist, late imperial, early apocalyptic, forever teetering on the brink, never quite falling, never quite waking, deeply human, deeply ghostly world, ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious, half remembered, half misunderstood, deeply seductive, deeply dangerous, deeply melancholy, deeply beautiful ghost of the empire that was supposed to be eternal, the city that was supposed to live forever, has not, in the quiet, slow, inexorable unfolding of the centuries, faded into the irrelevance of the dusty, academic, specialist, footnote-haunted, unread monograph past. It has instead insinuated itself with a quiet, patient, almost imperceptible, deeply insidious, deeply comforting, deeply unsettling grace into the very language, the very metaphors, the very frames, the very cognitive architecture, the very soul-shaping, meaning-making, world-interpreting, reality-constructing deep structures of the modern, Western, global, post-Roman, deeply Roman-haunted mind. The politician stands at the podium. The bright, hot, television studio lights beating down upon his carefully composed, deeply serious, sincerely concerned, professionally empathetic face. The face that has been for decades. The face of the Republic. The face of the Empire. The face of the Pax Americana. The face of the global, liberal, rules-based, democratic, capitalist, American-led, post-Cold War, post-historical, deeply Roman, deeply un-Roman, deeply triumphant, deeply anxious, deeply faltering, deeply contested international order. He speaks in the slow, measured, carefully calibrated, deeply un-Ciceronian, deeply un-Lincolnesque, deeply focus group tested, deeply pole-optimized, deeply meaning-evacuated cadences of the modern, political, media-saturated, endlessly campaigning, never governing, perpetual crisis management age of the indispensable nation, the shining city on a hill, the arsenal of democracy, the leader of the free world, the bearer of the torch of liberty, the last, best hope of earth. The words, the ancient, resonant, deeply evocative, deeply powerful, deeply dangerous, deeply Roman, deeply Augustan, deeply Virgilian, deeply imperial words. The words of the Aeneid, the words of the Pax Romana, the words of the Imperium Sine Fine, the empire without end, the words of the chosen people, the providential destiny, the sacred, God-given, world-ordering mission tumble with a quiet, ghostly, half-remembered, half-forgotten, deeply seductive, deeply terrifying, deeply unacknowledged echo from the politician's lips, and they drift through the cameras and the cables and the satellites and the fiber optic networks into the living rooms and the bedrooms and the smartphones and the tablets and the consciousness of the hundreds of millions, the billions, the global watching, waiting, hoping, despairing, deeply divided, deeply uncertain, deeply Roman-haunted human family, the citizen, the ordinary, deeply unfamous, deeply unpowerful, deeply unwealthy, deeply uninfluential, deeply tired, deeply anxious, deeply bewildered citizen of the modern, Western, post-industrial, service economy, gig economy, opioid crisis, student debt, housing crisis, climate anxiety, social media despair, democracy in decline, deeply Roman-haunted republic, sits in the cold, blue, flickering glow of the television screen, the laptop, the smartphone, the endless, scrolling, algorithm-curated, outrage-generating, attention-fragmenting, soul-dissolving feed of the 24-hour news, and the social media, and the streaming entertainment, and the doom-scrolling. And he feels, rising up from the deep, quiet, unspoken, unacknowledged, barely conscious depths of his own, private, lonely, deeply human, deeply Roman-haunted soul, a strange, quiet, deeply familiar, deeply unsettling, deeply comforting, deeply melancholy, deeply persistent, deeply unshakable sense of the end, the fall, the decline, the decay, the slow, inexorable, Gibbonian, Roman imperial, late afternoon, twilight of the gods, autumn of the republic, winter of the empire, long, slow, dreaming, sleeping, dying, ghostly fading of the world that he has known, the world that he was born into, the world that he was promised, the world that he was told by his parents and his teachers and his politicians and his priests and his poets and his philosophers, was the eternal, the universal, the unshakable, the God-ordained, the liberal democratic, capitalist, rules-based, American guaranteed, end of history, never to fall, deeply Roman, deeply un-Roman, deeply ghostly, deeply human, deeply impossible world order. He reads, in the quiet, lonely, sleepless hours of the night, the articles, the essays, the think tank reports, the long-form journalism, the Substack newsletters, the Twitter threads, the anxious, erudite, deeply pessimistic, deeply persuasive, deeply Roman-inflected analyses of the decline and the fall of the American empire, the end of the Pax Americana, the rise of the illiberal, authoritarian, nationalist, populist, strongman, Caesarist, deeply unrepublican, deeply Roman imperial forces of the new, dark, post-liberal, post-democratic, post-American, post-Roman, deeply Roman-haunted age. He reads the comparisons, the analogies, the metaphors, the ghostly, historical, cyclical, Thucydidean, Polybian, Machiavellian, Gibbonian, Spengerian, Toynbean, deeply Roman, deeply compelling, deeply terrifying, deeply fatalistic, deeply seductive comparisons of the modern, American, global, liberal democratic republic to the late, decadent, corrupt, gridlocked, faction-ridden, demagogue-haunted, military overstretched, fiscally ruinous, morally bankrupt, spiritually empty, civic virtue depleted, bread-end circuses, Coliseum and reality television, Senate and cable news, Praetorian guard and private military contractors, barbarian at the gates, Roman Republic in the 1st century before Christ, Augustan Principate, Roman Empire of the 3rd and 4th and 5th centuries after Christ, long, slow, dreaming, sleeping, ghostly, terminal, final, irreversible, deeply Roman, deeply un-Roman, deeply human, deeply ghostly decline. And he feels in the deep, quiet, still, sleepless, lonely, anxious, bewildered, deeply human, deeply Roman-haunted core of his soul. A strange, quiet, deeply familiar, deeply unsettling, deeply comforting, deeply melancholy, deeply persistent, deeply unshakable sense that he has been here before, that the world has been here before, that the dream, the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul, is not, in the end, a dream of the past, but a dream of the present, a dream of the future, a dream of the forever, a dream from which there is no waking, a dream that is the only, the ultimate, the inescapable, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly reality. The historian, the quiet, gentle, deeply learned, deeply melancholy, deeply respected, deeply unfamous, deeply uninfluential, deeply unread by the vast, scrolling, attention fragmented, deeply anxious public, sits in the cold, damp, stone-vaulted, book-lined, dust-mote dancing, afternoon sunlight shafted, deeply silent, deeply peaceful, deeply eternal, deeply monastic, deeply Roman-haunted study of the ancient, medieval Oxbridge College, the institution that was, in its own, quiet, patient, enduring, deeply conservative, deeply traditional, deeply unmodern, deeply Roman-derived, deeply ghostly way, the living, breathing, continuous, intellectual, spiritual, institutional, architectural, linguistic, cultural, human thread that connected the modern, secular, scientific, democratic, capitalist, post-imperial, deeply anxious, deeply bewildered world to the ancient, sacred, Latin, Christian, Roman, classical, Platonic, Aristotelian, Ciceronian, Augustinian, Thomistic, deeply human, deeply ghostly past. He turns the pages of the heavy, leather-bound, yellowed, deeply fragile, deeply precious, deeply irreplaceable manuscript, the manuscript of the Decivitate Day, the city of God, the great, vast, sprawling, deeply brilliant, deeply melancholy, deeply hopeful, deeply despairing, deeply Roman, deeply Christian, deeply ghostly masterwork of the Bishop of Hippo, the Augustine, the saint, the father, the man who had, in the terrible, apocalyptic, world-shattering years after the sack of Rome by the Visigoths in the year 410, the event that had, in its own, terrible, cataclysmic, deeply traumatic, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly way, announced the end of the ancient, pagan, classical, Roman, imperial, seemingly eternal, seemingly universal, seemingly God-ordained world order, sat down in the quiet, candlelit, deeply anxious, deeply faithful, deeply sorrowful, deeply determined study of his own, North African, Roman provincial, deeply Christian, deeply Roman-haunted episcopal palace, and wrote, for the comfort and the edification and the instruction and the warning of the terrified, bewildered, deeply shaken, deeply faithful, deeply despairing, deeply Roman-haunted Christian flock of the early 5th century, the book that would, for 1,000 years and more, be the foundation, the cornerstone, the guiding, shaping, soul-defining intellectual and spiritual and theological and philosophical and political and historical framework of the entire vast, complex, deeply Christian, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly civilization of the Latin, Catholic, medieval, post-Roman, never fully post-Roman West. The historian, the quiet, gentle, deeply learned, deeply melancholy, deeply contemporary man, reads the ancient, precise, deeply logical, deeply rhetorical, deeply passionate, deeply unmodern, deeply eternal Latin words, the gloriosissimum civitatem Dei, the most glorious city of God, the Terra Civitas, the earthly city, the duo amores, the two loves, the love of self, even to the contempt of God, that builds the city of man, the Babylon, the Rome, the empire, the republic, the nation, the state, the market, the corporation, the digital platform, the global order, the human, all too human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly, endlessly rising, endlessly falling, endlessly dreaming, endlessly dying, endlessly persistent, endlessly tenacious, endlessly beautiful, endlessly terrifying, endlessly mysterious, endlessly beloved, endlessly doomed earthly city, and the love of God, even to the contempt of self, that builds the city of God, the Jerusalem, the church, the communion of the saints, the eternal, the universal, the peaceful, the just, the free, the good, the true, the beautiful, the holy, the impossible, the never to be realized, the never to be abandoned, the deeply human, the deeply divine, the deeply Roman, the deeply Christian, the deeply ghostly, the deeply eternal, the deeply real, the deeply dreaming, the deeply sleeping, the deeply waking, the deeply present, the deeply future, the deeply forever city of God, and the historian, who is not, in any meaningful, personal, confessional sense, a believer who is simply, in the quiet, private, deeply professional, deeply human, deeply Roman-haunted way of the modern, secular, scholarly, academic, post-Christian, post-imperial, post-ghostly intellectual. A man who has spent his entire, long, quiet, deeply lived life in the patient, meticulous, deeply loving, deeply melancholy study of the ancient, the dead, the ghostly, the Roman, the Christian, the medieval, the early modern, the postmodern, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly past, feels, rising up from the deep, quiet, still, ancient, sacred, eternal, ghostly words on the fragile, yellowed page before him. A strange, quiet, deeply familiar, deeply unsettling, deeply comforting, deeply melancholy, deeply persistent, deeply unshakable sense that the dream, the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul, is not, in the end, a dream of the past, but a dream of the present, a dream of the future, a dream of the forever, a dream from which there is no waking, a dream that is the only, the ultimate, the inescapable, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply Christian, the deeply ghostly, the deeply eternal reality. And so the dream continues, drifting as it has always drifted, through the silent, humming, fluorescent lit, server farm catacombs of the digital age, through the vast, invisible, all-encompassing, data-saturated, algorithm-governed, attention economy, social media, streaming platform, 24-hour news cycle, crisis after crisis, post-truth, post-trust, post-consensus, post-shame, post-hope, deeply anxious, deeply exhausted, deeply nostalgic, deeply Roman-haunted consciousness of the modern, global, digital, secular, democratic, capitalist, late imperial, early apocalyptic, forever teetering on the brink, never quite falling, never quite waking, deeply human, deeply ghostly world, the ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious, half remembered, half misunderstood, deeply seductive, deeply dangerous, deeply melancholy, deeply beautiful ghost of the empire drifts, quiet and patient and eternal, through the marble-paved, columned, domed, frescoed, cyberspace glowing halls of the 21st century, post-Roman, deeply Roman-haunted, deeply human, deeply ghostly world, and it whispers in the quiet, still, sleepless, anxious, lonely, deeply human, deeply Roman-haunted core of the human soul, the ancient, sacred, deeply familiar, deeply unsettling, deeply comforting, deeply melancholy, deeply persistent, deeply unshakable whisper of the eternal, the universal, the ordered, the peaceful, the just, the free, the good, the true, the beautiful, the holy, the impossible, the never to be realized, the never to be abandoned, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly dream of the city that was supposed to live forever, the empire that was supposed to be eternal, the peace that was supposed to be universal, the order that was supposed to be unshakable, the dream that was supposed to be true, the dream that is, in the end, the long, slow, dreaming, sleeping, ghostly, Roman, imperial, human, all too human, deeply beautiful, deeply terrifying, deeply mysterious, deeply unending dream of the past, the present, the future, the forever, the philosopher, the quiet, gentle, deeply learned, deeply melancholy, deeply respected, deeply unfamous, deeply uninfluential, deeply unread by the vast, scrolling, attention fragmented, deeply anxious public, sits in the cold, damp, stone-vaulted, book-lined, dust-mote dancing, afternoon sunlight shafted, deeply silent, deeply peaceful, deeply eternal, deeply monastic, deeply Roman-haunted study of her own, ancient, medieval, European, post-Roman, never fully post-Roman university. And she thinks, in the slow, careful, patient, deeply logical, deeply rigorous, deeply unmodern, deeply eternal, deeply Roman, deeply Greek, deeply Platonic, deeply Aristotelian, deeply Ciceronian, deeply Stoic, deeply Augustinian, deeply Thomistic, deeply Kantian, deeply Hegelian, deeply Heideggerian, deeply Arendtian, deeply contemporary, deeply human, deeply ghostly way of the philosopher, the thinker, the lover of wisdom, the woman who has dedicated her entire, long, quiet, deeply lived life to the patient, meticulous, deeply loving, deeply melancholy, deeply exhilarating, deeply terrifying, deeply consoling, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly pursuit of the truth, the good, the beautiful, the just, the eternal, the universal, the ordered, the peaceful, the free, the impossible, the never to be realized, the never to be abandoned, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly dream. She thinks of the res publica, the commonwealth, the thing of the people, the ancient, Roman, Ciceronian, Stoic, deeply republican, deeply unimperial, deeply human, deeply ghostly ideal of the political community, the community that is bound together not by the blood and the soil and the tribe and the ethnicity and the language and the religion and the nation and the empire and the market and the algorithm, but by the common, rational, shared, discursive, deliberative, justice-seeking, law-governed, civic virtue-sustaining, common good-oriented, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly pursuit of the just, the free, the good, the true, the beautiful, the holy, the eternal, the impossible, the never to be realized, the never to be abandoned, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly dream. She thinks of the imperium, the empire, the command, the authority, the power, the dominion, the ancient, Roman, Augustan, deeply imperial, deeply unrepublican, deeply human, deeply ghostly reality of the vast, sprawling, multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-religious, deeply unequal, deeply violent, deeply exploitative, deeply magnificent, deeply creative, deeply destructive, deeply enduring, deeply fragile, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly political order that was, for 1,000 years, the context, the condition, the possibility, the problem, the glory, the shame, the dream, the nightmare, the ghost of the classical, the Christian, the medieval, the modern, the Western, the global, the human world. She thinks of the Pax, the peace, the ancient, Roman, deeply Augustan, deeply Virgilian, deeply imperial, deeply unrepublican, deeply human, deeply ghostly dream of the universal peace, the peace that is not, in the end, the peace of the just, the free, the equal, the reconciled, the forgiven, the beloved, the eternal, the divine, the impossible, the never to be realized, the never to be abandoned, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply Christian, the deeply ghostly peace of the city of God, but the peace of the legions, the peace of the law, the peace of the roads, the peace of the aqueducts, the peace of the markets, the peace of the bureaucracy, the peace of the surveillance, the peace of the threat, the peace of the fear, the peace of the exhaustion, the peace of the death, the peace of the silence, the peace of the sleep, the peace of the dream, the long, slow, dreaming, sleeping, ghostly, Roman, imperial, human, all too human, deeply seductive, deeply dangerous, deeply melancholy, deeply beautiful, deeply terrifying, deeply consoling, deeply empty, deeply full, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly peace of the empire, and the philosopher who is not, in any meaningful, personal, political, activist sense, a revolutionary, who is simply, in the quiet, private, deeply professional, deeply human, deeply Roman-haunted way of the modern, secular, scholarly, academic, post-Christian, post-imperial, post-ghostly intellectual. A woman who has spent her entire, long, quiet, deeply lived life in the patient, meticulous, deeply loving, deeply melancholy pursuit of the truth, the good, the beautiful, the just, the eternal, the universal, the impossible, the never to be realized, the never to be abandoned, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly dream, feels, rising up from the deep, quiet, still, ancient, sacred, eternal, ghostly words of the philosophers, the Cicero and the Seneca, and the Marcus Aurelius, the Augustine and the Aquinas, the Machiavelli and the Montesquieu, the Gibbon and the Arendt, the deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly thinkers who have, for 2,000 years, been the quiet, persistent, deeply tenacious, deeply unacknowledged, deeply influential, deeply ghostly companions of her own, private, lonely, deeply human, deeply Roman-haunted soul, a strange, quiet, deeply familiar, deeply unsettling, deeply comforting, deeply melancholy, deeply persistent, deeply unshakable sense that the dream, the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul, is not, in the end, a dream of the past, but a dream of the present, a dream of the future, a dream of the forever, a dream from which there is no waking, a dream that is the only, the ultimate, the inescapable, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly, the deeply philosophical, the deeply real, the deeply dreamed, the deeply sleeping, the deeply waking, the deeply present, the deeply future, the deeply forever reality. The writer, the quiet, gentle, deeply sensitive, deeply observant, deeply melancholy, deeply unfamous, deeply unread by the vast, scrolling, attention fragmented, deeply anxious public, sits in the cold, damp, stone-vaulted, book-lined, dust mote dancing, afternoon sunlight shafted, deeply silent, deeply peaceful, deeply eternal, deeply monastic, deeply Roman-haunted study of her own. Ancient, medieval, European, post-Roman, never fully post-Roman country house. The house that was, in its own, quiet, patient, enduring, deeply conservative, deeply traditional, deeply unmodern, deeply Roman-derived, deeply ghostly way. The living, breathing, continuous, architectural, aesthetic, cultural, human thread that connected the modern, secular, scientific, democratic, capitalist, post-imperial, deeply anxious, deeply bewildered world to the ancient, sacred, Latin, Christian, Roman, classical, deeply human, deeply ghostly past. She looks out of the small, leaded, diamond-paned window, across the green, rolling, gently sloping, sheep-dotted, hedgerow-divided, deeply ancient, deeply peaceful, deeply beautiful, deeply melancholy, deeply Roman-haunted landscape of the English, post-Roman, never fully post-Roman countryside. The landscape of the villas, and the farms, and the roads, and the walls. The landscape of the Saxon, and the Norman, and the medieval, and the Tudor, and the Georgian, and the Victorian. The landscape of the Empire, and the Industrial Revolution, and the World Wars, and the decline, and the Brexit, and the anxiety, and the longing, and the dreaming, and the sleeping, and the ghostly, deeply Roman, deeply un-Roman, deeply human, deeply ghostly present. She thinks of the characters, the men, and the women, and the children, the senators, and the soldiers, and the slaves, the emperors, and the philosophers, and the saints, the ghosts, and the dreamers, and the sleepers, the deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly figures who have, for the many long, quiet, deeply lived years of her own, solitary, deeply dedicated, deeply melancholy, deeply exhilarating, deeply terrifying, deeply consoling, deeply human, deeply Roman-haunted writer's life, been her companions, her teachers, her tormentors, her lovers, her friends, her enemies, her family, her soul. She thinks of the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul. And she thinks, with a quiet, gentle, deeply familiar, deeply unsettling, deeply comforting, deeply melancholy, deeply persistent, deeply unshakable, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly certainty that the dream is not, in the end, a story, a narrative, a history, a chronicle, a sequence of events, a chain of causes and effects, a rise and a fall, a birth and a death, a beginning and an end. The dream is a presence, a reality, a condition, a texture, a quality, a tone, a light, a shadow, a silence, a sound, a scent, a memory, a longing, a hope, a despair, a love, a grief, a joy, a terror, a beauty, a truth, a goodness, a holiness, an impossibility, a never to be realized, a never to be abandoned, a deeply human, a deeply Roman, a deeply ghostly, a deeply eternal, a deeply present, a deeply future, a deeply forever presence. The dream is the ghost of Rome, and the ghost of Rome is the dream of the human, and the dream of the human is the long, slow, dreaming, sleeping, ghostly, Roman, imperial, human, all too human, deeply beautiful, deeply terrifying, deeply mysterious, deeply unending dream of the past, the present, the future, the forever. And so the writer, the quiet, gentle, deeply sensitive, deeply observant, deeply melancholy, deeply unfamous, deeply unread, deeply human, deeply Roman-haunted woman, turns back to her desk, her pen, her paper, her keyboard, her screen, her endless, scrolling, word processing, ghost generating, dream weaving, soul shaping, meaning making, world creating, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly labor of the writer. And she begins, slowly, quietly, patiently, inexorably, lovingly, sorrowfully, joyfully, fearfully, hopefully, despairingly, humanly, Romanly, ghostly, to write. She writes of the empire, the fall, the sleep, the dream, the ghost, the human, the eternal, the impossible, the never to be realized, the never to be abandoned, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly dream. She writes of the cicadas humming in the olive groves of Campania, the same endless, reedy, drowsy song they have sung for 10,000 summers. She writes of the waves lapping gently, rhythmically, endlessly, against the rocky shores of Italy, the same soft, rhythmic, eternal sound, the sound of time itself, wearing away the stone, grain by grain, century by century, millennium by millennium. She writes of the lamp of the ancient world, the lamp that has long since guttered and gone out, but whose ghost, whose dream, whose sleep, whose long, slow, dreaming, sleeping, ghostly, Roman, imperial, human, all too human, deeply beautiful, deeply terrifying, deeply mysterious, deeply unending light still shines, quiet and persistent and tenacious and eternal in the deep, quiet, still, sleepless, anxious, lonely, hopeful, despairing, dreaming, sleeping, waking, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly core of the human soul. And the dream continues, and the sleep deepens, and the ghost drifts, and the waves lap, and the cicadas hum, and the silence falls, and the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul, endures, quiet, persistent, tenacious, eternal, a dream from which we are still, quietly, patiently, beginning to wake, and from which, perhaps, we shall never fully, entirely, completely wake. The sleep continues, the dream deepens, the ghost drifts, the waves lap, the cicadas hum, the silence falls, and so the writer, the quiet, gentle, deeply sensitive, deeply observant, deeply melancholy, deeply unfamous, deeply unread, deeply human, deeply Roman-haunted woman, in the cold, damp, stone vaulted, book lined, dust moat dancing, afternoon sunlight shafted, deeply silent, deeply peaceful, deeply eternal, deeply monastic, deeply Roman haunted study of her own ancient, medieval, European, post-Roman, never fully post-Roman country house. The house that was, in its own, quiet, patient, enduring, deeply conservative, deeply traditional, deeply unmodern, deeply Roman-derived, deeply ghostly way, the living, breathing, continuous, architectural, aesthetic, cultural, human thread that connected the modern, secular, scientific, democratic, capitalist, post-imperial, deeply anxious, deeply bewildered world to the ancient, sacred, Latin, Christian, Roman, classical, deeply human, deeply ghostly past, laid down her pen and closed her laptop and looked one final time out of the small, leaded, diamond-paned window across the green, rolling, gently sloping, sheep-dotted, hedgerow-divided, deeply ancient, deeply peaceful, deeply beautiful, deeply melancholy, deeply Roman-haunted landscape of the English, post-Roman, never fully post-Roman countryside. And she saw, in the soft, golden, late afternoon, autumn light, the long, deep, blue shadows of the clouds moving slowly, silently, inexorably across the fields and the woods and the distant, hazy, purple hills. And she knew, with a quiet, gentle, deeply familiar, deeply unsettling, deeply comforting, deeply melancholy, deeply persistent, deeply unshakable, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly certainty that the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul, was, in the end, not a story that could ever be finished, not a dream that could ever be fully woken from, not a ghost that could ever be fully exorcised, but a presence, a condition, a texture, a quality, a tone, a light, a shadow, a silence, a sound, a scent, a memory, a longing, a hope, a despair, a love, a grief, a joy, a terror, a beauty, a truth, a goodness, a holiness, an impossibility, a never to be realized, a never to be abandoned, a deeply human, a deeply Roman, a deeply ghostly, a deeply eternal, a deeply present, a deeply future, a deeply forever presence. She knew, as she watched the long, deep blue shadows of the clouds moving, slowly, silently, inexorably, across the fields and the woods, and the distant, hazy, purple hills, that the ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious, half remembered, half misunderstood, deeply seductive, deeply dangerous, deeply melancholy, deeply beautiful ghost of the empire that was supposed to be eternal, the city that was supposed to live forever, had, in the quiet, patient, inexorable unfolding of the centuries, become not a relic, not a ruin, not a memory, not a lesson, not a warning, not a model, not a myth, but the very air that the modern, global, digital, secular, deeply anxious, deeply exhausted, deeply nostalgic, deeply Roman-haunted, world-breathed, the very water that it drank, the very sleep that it slept, the very dream that it dreamed. The empire had fallen. The city had been taken. The throne had been empty for 1,000 years and more. But the ghost, the dream, the sleep, the long, slow, dreaming, sleeping, ghostly, Roman, imperial, human, all too human presence, had endured, quiet and patient and tenacious and eternal, drifting through the silent, humming, fluorescent-lit corridors of the 21st century, through the vast, invisible, all-encompassing, data-saturated, algorithm-governed, attention economy, social media, streaming platform, 24-hour news cycle, crisis after crisis, post-truth, post-trust, post-consensus, post-shame, post-hope, deeply anxious, deeply exhausted, deeply nostalgic, deeply Roman-haunted consciousness of the modern, global, digital, secular, democratic, capitalist, late imperial, early apocalyptic, forever teetering on the brink, never quite falling, never quite waking, deeply human, deeply ghostly world. And she knew, too, as she watched the long, deep blue shadows of the clouds moving, slowly, silently, inexorably, across the fields and the woods, and the distant, hazy, purple hills, that the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul, was not, in the end, a dream of power, of dominion, of conquest, of law, of order, of peace, of civilization, of the Imperium Sine Fine, the empire without end. It was, rather, a dream of the human, the all too human, the fragile, the fleeting, the mortal, the beautiful, the terrifying, the mysterious, the unendingly, achingly, unbearably, exquisitely human longing for the eternal, the universal, the ordered, the peaceful, the just, the free, the good, the true, the beautiful, the holy, the impossible, the never to be realized, the never to be abandoned, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly dream. The dream was not the Colosseum, the Forum, the Pantheon, the aqueducts, the roads, the walls, the legions, the emperors, the senators, the slaves. The dream was the quiet, persistent, tenacious, unquenchable, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly hope that somehow, somewhere, beyond the dust and the blood and the silence and the forgetting, the city that was supposed to live forever might, in some ineffable, eternal, deeply real, deeply dreamed, deeply sleeping, deeply waking, deeply present, deeply future, deeply forever sense, truly, finally, completely, live. The long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul, is not, in the end, a sleep from which we shall ever, fully, entirely, completely wake. For the waking, the full, bright, harsh, unforgiving, cold, clear, rational, secular, scientific, post-Roman, post-imperial, post-heroic, post-mythological, post-ghostly waking, would be a waking into a world without the dream, a world without the ghost, a world without the long, slow, dreaming, sleeping, ghostly, Roman, imperial, human, all too human, deeply beautiful, deeply terrifying, deeply mysterious, deeply unending presence. And such a world, the writer knew. As she watched the long, deep blue shadows of the clouds moving, slowly, silently, inexorably, across the fields and the woods, and the distant, hazy, purple hills, would be a world without the question, the ancient, sacred, deeply familiar, deeply unsettling, deeply comforting, deeply melancholy, deeply persistent, deeply unshakable question that the ghost of Rome, the strange, persistent, deeply tenacious ghost of the empire, has been whispering for 2,000 years into the deep, quiet, still, sleepless, anxious, lonely, hopeful, despairing, dreaming, sleeping, waking, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly core of the human soul. The question, the quiet, gentle, deeply insistent, deeply unanswerable, deeply necessary question, is not, the writer knew, the question of how the empire fell, or why the empire fell, or when the empire fell, or whether the empire fell. The question, the ancient, sacred, eternal, ghostly question, is the question of what it means, in the end, for a city to be eternal, for an empire to be universal, for a peace to be true, for a dream to be real, for a ghost to be present, for a sleep to be awaking, for a human, the fragile, fleeting, mortal, all too human creature, to long, with such an ache, such a beauty, such a terror, such a mystery, for the eternal, the universal, the ordered, the peaceful, the just, the free, the good, the true, the beautiful, the holy, the impossible, the never to be realized, the never to be abandoned, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly dream. The writer, the quiet, gentle, deeply sensitive, deeply observant, deeply melancholy, deeply unfamous, deeply unread, deeply human, deeply Roman haunted woman, turned away from the window, and she walked slowly, quietly, through the cold, damp, stone-vaulted, book-lined, dust-moat dancing, deeply silent, deeply peaceful, deeply eternal, deeply monastic, deeply Roman haunted house, the house that was, in its own, quiet, patient, enduring, deeply conservative, deeply traditional, deeply unmodern, deeply Roman-derived, deeply ghostly way, the living, breathing, continuous, architectural, aesthetic, cultural human thread that connected the modern, secular, scientific, democratic, capitalist, post-imperial, deeply anxious, deeply bewildered world to the ancient, sacred, Latin, Christian, Roman, classical, deeply human, deeply ghostly past. She walked slowly, quietly, through the long, dark, wood-paneled corridor, the floorboards creaking softly beneath her feet, the dust motes dancing in the last, golden, fading shafts of the afternoon sunlight, the ghosts of the past, the ghosts of the house, the ghosts of the empire, the ghosts of the human, the all too human, the fragile, the fleeting, the mortal, the beautiful, the terrifying, the mysterious, the unendingly, achingly, unbearably, exquisitely human ghosts, drifting, silent and patient and eternal, around her, through her, with her, in her. She walked slowly, quietly, out of the house, through the ancient, oak, iron-studded door, and into the garden, the green, quiet, deeply peaceful, deeply ancient, deeply melancholy, deeply Roman-haunted garden, the garden of the roses, and the lavender, and the rosemary, the garden of the bees, and the butterflies, and the birds, the garden of the long, deep, green, cool, shadowed lawn, the garden that had been, for centuries, the quiet, patient, enduring, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly sanctuary, the place where the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the empire was, in the end, merely the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the earth, the soil, the grass, the trees, the flowers, the creatures, the humans, the all too humans, the fragile, the fleeting, the mortal, the beautiful, the terrifying, the mysterious, the unendingly, achingly, unbearably, exquisitely human creatures who had, for 1,000 generations, lived and loved and labored and laughed and wept and hoped and despaired and dreamed and slept and died and been forgotten on this small, green, quiet, ancient, deeply Roman-haunted plot of the English, post-Roman, never fully post-Roman earth. She sat down on the old, stone, moss-covered bench at the end of the garden, the bench that looked out over the low, ancient, lichen-covered, dry stone wall, across the green, rolling, gently sloping, sheep-dotted, hedgerow-divided, deeply ancient, deeply peaceful, deeply beautiful, deeply melancholy, deeply Roman-haunted landscape of the English countryside, the landscape of the villas, and the farms, and the roads and the walls, the landscape of the Saxon and the Norman, and the medieval, and the Tudor, and the Georgian, and the Victorian, the landscape of the Empire, and the Industrial Revolution, and the World Wars, and the decline, and the Brexit, and the anxiety, and the longing, and the dreaming, and the sleeping, and the ghostly, deeply Roman, deeply un-Roman, deeply human, deeply ghostly present. And she listened in the quiet, still, late afternoon, autumn silence, to the sounds of the garden, the bees and the butterflies and the birds, the rustle of the leaves, the sigh of the wind, the distant, faint, lowing of the cattle, the even more distant, almost inaudible, ghostly hum of the motorway, the modern Roman road, ghostly artery of the 21st century, post-Roman, deeply Roman-haunted world. And she listened, too, to the silence, the deep, still, quiet, peaceful, eternal, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly silence that lay beneath the sounds, beneath the garden, beneath the landscape, beneath the history, beneath the empire, beneath the dream, beneath the sleep, beneath the ghost, beneath the human, the all too human, the fragile, the fleeting, the mortal, the beautiful, the terrifying, the mysterious, the unendingly, achingly, unbearably, exquisitely human silence. And in that silence, the writer, the quiet, gentle, deeply sensitive, deeply observant, deeply melancholy, deeply unfamous, deeply unread, deeply human, deeply Roman-haunted woman, heard, for the first time, or perhaps for the millionth time, the sound, the ancient, sacred, deeply familiar, deeply unsettling, deeply comforting, deeply melancholy, deeply persistent, deeply unshakable sound that had been, for 2,000 years, the quiet, patient, tenacious, eternal, ghostly soundtrack of the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire. It was not the sound of the legions marching, the senators declaiming, the emperors commanding, the crowds roaring, the builders hammering, the merchants bargaining, the slaves weeping, the martyrs praying, the barbarians howling, the cities burning, the walls crumbling, the silence falling. It was, rather, the sound of the cicadas humming, the same endless, reedy, drowsy song they had sung for 10,000 summers, long before the first, mythical, wolf-suckled king built his hut on the Palatine Hill, long before the first, iron-helmed legionary planted his eagle standard on the banks of the Tiber, long before the first, pale, somber, purple-clad emperor knelt in the dust of the hippodrome and received, on his brow, the diadem of the Caesars, and it was the sound of the waves lapping, gently, rhythmically, endlessly, against the rocky shores of Italy, the same soft, rhythmic, eternal sound, the sound of time itself, wearing away the stone, grain by grain, century by century, millennium by millennium. And it was the sound of the wind sighing through the olive groves of Campania, the same soft, ancient, eternal, melancholy, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly sigh that had been the breath, the spirit, the pneuma, the soul of the empire, the dream, the sleep, the ghost, the human, the all too human, the fragile, the fleeting, the mortal, the beautiful, the terrifying, the mysterious, the unendingly, achingly, unbearably, exquisitely human sigh. The writer closed her eyes, and she breathed slowly, deeply, quietly. The cool, still, late afternoon autumn air, the air that was the same air, the same oxygen, the same nitrogen, the same carbon, the same atoms, the same stardust, the same universe that had been breathed by the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Gauls, the Britons, the Saxons, the Normans, the medieval, the modern, the human, the all too human, the fragile, the fleeting, the mortal, the beautiful, the terrifying, the mysterious, the unendingly, achingly, unbearably, exquisitely human creatures who had, for 100,000 years, lived and loved and labored and laughed and wept and hoped and despaired and dreamed and slept and died, and been forgotten on this small, green, blue, beautiful, fragile, fleeting, mortal, eternal, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly planet. And she breathed, too, the ghost, the dream, the sleep, the long, slow, dreaming, sleeping, ghostly, Roman, imperial, human, all too human, deeply beautiful, deeply terrifying, deeply mysterious, deeply unending presence that was, in the end, the only, the ultimate, the inescapable, the deeply human, the deeply Roman, the deeply ghostly, the deeply eternal, the deeply present, the deeply future, the deeply forever reality, the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul, does not, in the end, have a conclusion, a finale, a last act, a final curtain, a waking, a forgetting, a silence, an end. It is, rather, an ongoing, an eternal, a forever presence, a dream that is always being dreamed, a sleep that is always being slept, a ghost that is always drifting, a wave that is always lapping, a cicada that is always humming, a wind that is always sighing, a lamp that has long since guttered and gone out, but whose ghost, whose dream, whose sleep, whose long, slow, dreaming, sleeping, ghostly, Roman, imperial, human, all too human, deeply beautiful, deeply terrifying, deeply mysterious, deeply unending light still shines, quiet and persistent and tenacious and eternal in the deep, quiet, still, sleepless, anxious, lonely, hopeful, despairing, dreaming, sleeping, waking, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly core of the human soul. And so the writer, the quiet, gentle, deeply sensitive, deeply observant, deeply melancholy, deeply unfamous, deeply unread, deeply human, deeply Roman haunted woman, sat on the old, stone, moss-covered bench at the end of the garden, and she dreamed in the quiet, still, late afternoon, autumn silence, the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul. And she dreamed, too, the waking, the quiet, gentle, deeply familiar, deeply unsettling, deeply comforting, deeply melancholy, deeply persistent, deeply unshakable, deeply human, deeply Roman, deeply ghostly waking that is, in the end, not an end, but a beginning, a continuation, an eternal, a forever, a present, a future, a never to be completed, a never to be abandoned, a deeply human, a deeply Roman, a deeply ghostly, a deeply eternal, a deeply real, a deeply dreamed, a deeply sleeping, a deeply waking, a deeply present, a deeply future, a deeply forever dream. The cicadas hum, the waves lap, the wind sighs, the silence falls. The lamp has long since guttered and gone out, but the sleep, the long, slow, dreaming sleep of the Roman Empire, the sleep that is the history of the West, the sleep that is the history of the world, the sleep that is the sleep of the human soul, endures, quiet, persistent, tenacious, eternal, a dream from which we are still, quietly, patiently, beginning to wake, and from which, perhaps, we shall never fully, entirely, completely wake. The sleep continues, the dream deepens, the ghost drifts, the waves lap, the cicadas hum, the silence falls, and the long, slow, dreaming, sleeping, ghostly, Roman, imperial, human, all too human, deeply beautiful, deeply terrifying, deeply mysterious, deeply unending dream of the past, the present, the future, the forever goes on, and on and on and on.